people
Cool. Thank you.
and adding stuff back. Very much recording. I mean, he really is listening. And did you see the amendment? Okay. Yeah.
Bola is very proud because that was her school. So
Yes, I am.
she was
Thank you.
grinning from ear to ear. She was singing. She was doing all the hand motions. She was right back in elementary school with them. So thank you to the Argyle Pioneers. We were thrilled to have you. And before we begin, I'd like to ask Reverend Pendergraft, our pastor at Sacred Heart Catholic Church, if he would come up and give our invocation and our Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. God, we thank you for the freedoms and the blessings we have in our country. Keep safe all who serve and protect us. Bless all who are part of the important work of education, students, parents, teachers, and staffs, school board, and all who value lifelong learning. May our discussions continue to chart a course for excellence in education in Clay County. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Reverend Pendergraft. At this time, I'll call to order our school board meeting of March 2nd. Ooh, hit it like I meant it then, didn't I? I did. I was like, what? Ooh, what's it, Addison? Say welcome to the citizens of Clay County. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend tonight's school board meeting. This meeting is our opportunity as your elected representatives to collaborate openly and make decisions that will decide the future direction of our public schools and the education of our children here in Clay County. If you wish to address the board, there will be an opportunity to speak for 3 minutes. Please fill out a card, which you'll find located in the back of the room, indicating the specific item number or topic you wish to speak about, and turn it in promptly. No additional cards will be accepted once the board moves to the discussion agenda. Your participation is welcomed and appreciated. And at this time, the first thing we'll have for recognitions and awards is we will be signing or recognizing the signing of the ratified Clay County Education Association contract. So if Ms. Renalee Paiva will meet me at the podium. Let's hope it's in here.
Is this a race for you? I use my own pen.
Can I give you that pen?
It says Clay County Education Association on it. All right, Janice.
All right. Do you want to go first or should I?
Go ahead.
Want to come up here too?
What's his last name?
Here, you take the folder and I'll...
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
It's been so long since we had a raise, we don't know what to do with it. We're all confused.
That's exciting. I'm glad that we were able to do that and worked it all out this year. Next item we have is our school showcase. This month we'll be showcasing Keystone Heights Elementary School. Miss Melanie Sanders is the principal. If you'd come up and tell us about your school.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. I have been the principal at Keystone Heights Elementary School for the past 2 years. Thank you so much, Board and Mr. Davis, for inviting us to be here. All righty. Keystone Heights Elementary School serves over 830 students from pre-K through 6th grade. With 67% of our students qualifying for free or reduced lunch, many parents look to us at the school to help them access services to support their families. We're lucky to have a wonderful social worker, school psychologists, guidance counselors, and ESE specialists who, along with our faculty and staff, work together to provide what our students need. We are proud of the improvements that have been made over the past 3 years. Our faculty and staff have worked very hard to increase the academic proficiency of our students, to expand our inventory of student-friendly technology, and to improve our overall climate and culture. Strong results. Our increased academic proficiency is evidenced by our FSA scores over the past 2 years. Our school grade has increased to a solid B, while our school-wide VAM has risen from unsatisfactory to highly effective in just 2 years. We feel confident that the 16-17 school year will also yield high results. We are particularly proud of our 3rd grade math scores. With 71% proficiency on last year's FSA, our 3rd graders scored 10 points above the state average and 5 points above the county average. This was a 26-point increase from the year before and was the highest gain in Clay County for 3rd grade math last year. Our 5th grade ELA has also shown significant improvement, scoring 9 points above the state average and 9 points above the county average last year. 6th grade ELA and math have both shown marked improvement as well, being above both the state and county averages. Our teachers have accomplished these feats by working together to delve deep into the standards and spend time as a team building rigorous lessons and activities for their students. Our teachers have worked with our leadership team to prioritize writing across the curriculum, incorporating collaboration among students, and exposing students to complex text. Less than 3 years ago, KHES had very minimal technology available for student use. There were virtually no devices, like laptops, iPads, or Chromebooks. With only one computer lab not being used for resource, teachers did not have enough time to get students into the lab for practice. Fast forward to today, we now have 3 labs total, 2 that are available for student and teachers all day. Along with county support and fundraising efforts by our PFA, we now have over 150 devices, with more on the way. Our overall climate and culture have been much improved as well. We have worked hard to revitalize family and community partnerships. Almost 3 years ago, the PFA consisted of 1 parent and 1 staff member. Making it a priority, the PFA has grown now and is an active group that regularly supports the students and teachers of KHES. We also partner with several local organizations and businesses we are fortunate to have on our side. Our students work hard to show their Indian pride through our school-wide positive behavior plan that focuses on the reinforcement of positive behaviors and explicitly teaches students the expectations for behavior. Our new, stronger culture is evident in recent survey data where 98% of our teachers report that KHES is a good place to teach and learn. We are excited about our progress, but we know we have more work to do. We are strong, but we want to be stronger. Last year's FSA data showed a weakness in the gains made by our lower quartile students in both reading and math. During their professional learning time, teachers are intentional about planning for their lower quartile students to be seen in small groups, pulled aside for brief reteaching, or invited to before and after school tutoring. Assistants have been strategically placed in classes with lower quartile students to ensure that they have the support they need to be successful. 5th grade math is another area we're working to improve. Teachers are actively using professional learning time to dig deeper into the standards, write common assessments, and analyze data. 2 of our 5th grade math teachers are involved in an Intel math cohort, and all of our math teachers have been working with county curriculum specialists to ensure they have the resources they need to reach our students. They have observed model lessons to learn high-yield strategies, and they are given support afterwards to make sure they can implement these new ideas. I've shared some of the highlights and our opportunities for growth at KHE. Now we'd like you to take a peek at our school and the great things that are happening.
Our students use response software that provides teachers with instantaneous results for students' answers. These clickers allow students to immediately see what problems they have missed and figure out why they answered incorrectly. The students' exact responses can be graphed for teachers to see what misconceptions students may have and provide immediate interventions if needed. Students and teachers have the ability to instantly analyze data at the touch of a button.
Teachers work together to share effective strategies and to celebrate successes.
Teachers aren't the only ones working together. Students collaborate daily to solve real-world problems and share strategies.
Makerspaces allow us to enrich student learning in the Media Center by providing project-based learning, which allows students to integrate problem solving and ELA skills, use digital resources to research and practice information literacy, and expose them to STEM, all in a real-world situation.
Students are recognized for their accomplishments both behaviorally and academically. We have award ceremonies, our principal's lunch bunch, and our Respectful Indians breakfast to keep our students motivated. Thanks to partnerships with Bethesda Farms, 21st Century Learning Center grant, and the Clay County Education Foundation, our students are learning how food is grown in our microfarm. As you can see, I'm very proud of our school. I want to recognize our wonderful assistant principal, Tammy Winkler, who's going to stand up. and this large showing of our faculty and staff who are here tonight. You will see they wearing their Keystone Strong shirts or their I Make a Difference at KHE shirts. Stand up if you work at Keystone Heights Elementary School, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. That was wonderful. At this time, it's the last call for any cards. If anybody would like to turn in a card, we're going to start our presentation from the audience. The first card I have is Donna Mace, followed by Patrick Thurman.
Hi, I'm Donna Mace, and my address is on the card. I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of Opt Out Clay County and the Florida Opt Out Network. We want to thank all the schools that have accommodated our opt-out families this week. Children have been treated respectfully, people have worked with parents, and it's been really, really good. We appreciate it. We would like to request that the district consider a directive for schools and teachers to help them address families that are choosing to opt out. Parents of third graders are getting mixed answers as to promotion criteria to fourth grade, especially about scoring a level 1 or not having a FAFSA score. In the past, we were offered the option of the SAT 10 if there was any question of reading deficiencies. That doesn't seem to be happening right now. It also appears, unfortunately, that Clay County will deny children without scores the opportunity to take advanced courses in middle school and high school. If that's the case, we would prefer the parents were told that and not the children at school. We also have some teachers, I think it's a very small minority, that are telling the children that the teachers' jobs depend on the child's test scores, and that is upsetting families in the county. That kind of stress is why we are choosing to opt out, so children don't feel that stress. We don't want the children or their families to be guilted into taking a test. It is no child's job to ensure school grades, school funding, or adult job security. That is all coming at the cost of the children's education. We opt out because we are fighting for Florida's public schools. We minimally participate to prevent harm from being done to teachers, schools, or our district. Thank you for your help.
Thank you. Mr. Thurman, Pat Thurman, followed by Joseph Lebec.
Good evening. Hang on just a minute. Sorry, this is important. I'll multitask here. My name is Commander Patrick Thurman. I live at 2552 Willow Creek Drive, Fleming Island, Florida. I am the NJROTC instructor at Middleburg High School. 32003-904-472-6135. Sorry, I'm almost done. Well, you started the clock. I guess I am done. Anyway, I'm sorry. This is very important. This is my mom, and she wanted to know what time she could pick me up after practice today. Okay, if that ticked you off, it's because it ticks me off. But I wanted you to know what myself and a lot of other teachers in high school go through every single day. Okay, I was a 24-year Navy career officer. 15 years I've been teaching NJROTC. That was disrespectful and it was rude to you, and it's rude to me when it's done. And guess what? It's not against the county rules. In fact, the county rules only say something about not taking any pictures and publishing them. There's nothing in the county rules about that. So what are the county rules? Well, the county rules basically kick it down to the principals. It's up to the principal to establish the rules. My wife is a substitute teacher. She goes to Fleming Island. The kids can't use cell phones, or the kids can use cell phones pretty much anywhere they want except in the teacher classrooms that won't allow it. Different at Middleburg, different at Orange Park, different at Ridgeview, wherever she teaches. So she doesn't even know the rules until she gets there. I think it needs to be standardized. Social media is basically a technology that's been given to kids at younger and younger ages. It's very popular. It's also very addictive. It's no different in my mind because you get a hit of dopamine, which is the same chemical that hits your brain when you drink alcohol, when you use tobacco, when you gamble, when you look at pornography. All of which are, by the way, banned at schools, okay, but not phones. Kids are bypassing the challenge to do the hard work. They're not taking on the long-term projects. They're not establishing long-term relationships. They're not finding the joy in the journey anymore. They're going right to the hit of dopamine. As a result, they have diminished coping skills. When they're stressed, they go right to this. We call this the binky. You ever seen a 17-year-old cry? Take away his binky. He will cry. Okay, in the schools, they're walking around like zombies. They're hiding in the bathrooms, not to smoke, not to drink, but to play with their phones. Okay? I've had kids take a suspension out of school rather than give up their phone. Write me up, I don't care. You're not getting my phone. It's my right. They think it's a right, not a privilege. So I think right now cell phone use, at least in high school, I can't speak to the other levels, this is the number one distraction from what we're trying to do, which is teach kids how to learn. And I would suggest that you guys take a look at trying to come up with a countywide policy. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Thurman. Our next speaker is Joseph Lebec, followed by Kim Stacy.
Hello, good evening. My name is Joseph Lobeck. I live at 2700 Connie Circle, Orange Park, Florida. I'm the father of 3 children that attend Lakeside Elementary School. I'm here to speak regarding seating conditions at Lakeside Elementary. Forgive me, I'm a little nervous. I'm not used to this type of thing. I have notified our school and most of the school board officials of these conditions multiple times over the last 9 months. Every day, 800 plus students at our school are required to sit on the sidewalk for 15 minutes prior to class starting bell at 8:25 a.m. Another 200 students are required to sit on the sidewalk for 30 minutes or longer during the car pickup dismissal. This occurs every day. There have been multiple incidents of children being bitten by ants, stepped on by other children, left to sit in 100-degree temperatures, rain, or told to sit when the sidewalk is dirty or wet. Not to mention any bacteria our children are unnecessarily exposed to. A communication from Ms. Cornegie on September 28th, her response was, in response to your concern about the ants, Mr. Shriver had the area sprayed for the ants, and he does not require the students to sit if they would rather stand in the designated location before and after school. Number 1, this is a temporary solution. The ants are going to come back. Number 2, kids sitting in bug spray is no better than the ants or the dirt. And number 3, this is partially false and false now, because students do not have the option. They are threatened with write-ups if they try to stand up. I have outlined these conditions and risks multiple times. I have even recommended solutions as how to avoid these conditions. Our school and officials have refused to act. Simple changes could easily avoid our children sitting on sidewalks for hours every week. The car rider children are sitting on sidewalks for up to 3 hours a week. Apparently our school counts this 15-minute period in the morning as planning every morning, even though the majority of teachers are seen in the hallways telling children to sit or involved in other activities. And it would be too much of an inconvenience to dismiss children in the cafeteria, which is 10 feet behind the current dismissal area. This is apparent disregard for our student safety. And I believe the convenience of staff is being held higher than the student safety. The fact these conditions have regularly been identified, but nothing has been done to eliminate or to at least reduce these risks, I believe is indefensible. I assure you I will not stop fighting for the safety of my children and all children attending Lakeside Elementary School. In conclusion, multiple officials have recommended my children be allowed to stand. Number 1, this affects all 800 children at our school, not just my children. And number 2, I have sent a note to school for my daughter requesting she not be forced to sit, particularly in the mornings. She is still told regularly to sit by various teachers. My 8-year-old daughter should not be required to defend her position on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LeBach. Mr. Davis, would you follow up with this? I know this came before us. We had emails, and I think I was under the impression this had been solved and this was resolved. So if you could look into it for us.
Yes, ma'am.
That would be appreciated. Thank you. Our next speaker is Kim Stacy, followed by Miss Rebecca Smith.
Good evening. My name's Kim Stacy. My address is on the card. I'm going to kind of address two things tonight. First of all, I'm here for the custodians.
Could you pull the mic down a bit?
Good? Yes.
Better.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm here to speak for the custodians. I'm asking again for the extension of the ACs. We are getting hotter. Hotter, and it's not getting any cooler in the buildings. And to let you know too, some of us cannot. They're asking us to change our routine. And actually, if any of y'all would like to come out to the school and work with me on a 7.5-hour day basis, and I can show you that changing these routines is not a good idea. Mm-hmm. Some of us cannot change our routines because we don't have portables. It is all building. So them custodians don't have a way to get out to the fresh air, or at least try to take a breather. Just think about that. We're down custodians. We suffer every day. We're taking on people's job. I noticed that one of our people was retired, went somewhere else, but y'all hired 2 people to replace that person because it was a 2-man job. Well, there you go. What are we doing here with custodians? We need to really look for the custodians. We need to take some of this hardship off of us and help us a little bit. Manpower and AC, please. I want to talk about the technology. I was watching from home. I wasn't able to make the workshop, and about removing the technology teachers, assistants, or whatever. To me, that's a hardship as a custodian, as a support personnel. Y'all have forced us to go to email, payroll. Everything has to be done on the computer. A lot of us custodians do not have it at home. I'm fortunate that I do. But when we have an upset that we don't know what we're doing because we're not technically like some other people, we go to that technology teacher. She helps us. My phone, if I hadn't been for her, I would have never been able to receive emails and stuff on my phone. I would have been lost. So they are a great deal important to us. And I feel that we should at least have one in every school, period. That's pretty much it, but I sent everybody an email. Did everybody get my email that I sent? Okay, I have not heard from anybody. I don't know the explanation on that, and if somebody could please explain it. If you can't do it now, email's fine. I have no problem with it. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stacy. Our next speaker is Rebecca Smith, followed by Wanda Clymer.
My name is Rebecca Smith. My address is on file. I'm speaking to you tonight. I know that a lot of decisions are being made. A lot of lives are affected by these decisions. Change is not always easy, but sometimes we must change to keep up. I would like to read something to the board and to everybody here. On Monday, many stood up here and talked about Clay County's being a family. Well, I have a problem with that because our families aren't getting treated the same within the house of Clay County. Look, sorry it went off. Not getting treated the same in Clay County. Look, the school board and superintendent is the parent. You have 3 children. Instructional, operation, and support are your children. You should treat all in the family the same way. That hasn't happened in forever. It hasn't. And it isn't fair to the other children. All you have to do is look at the whole family picture. Look at the picture. Kane County Action shows only some of the family manners. Y'all need to think about that. Your support and your other ones have been suffering a long time. Mr. Davis, you're a data man. You got data to prove it. Okay? And it's up to you, the board, and Mr. Davis, Mr. Kemp, to make these hard decisions. And not everybody's going to be happy. We know this. But it's something that has to be done. The whole family matters, not part. The whole family. Let's remember the family is intact as a whole and not just part. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Our next speaker is Wanda Clymer.
Followed by.
That's it.
Good evening. My name is Wanda Clymer, and my address is on record. The one thing I want to discuss tonight is we have some schools in Clay County that I strongly believe need a facelift. And I mean strongly need a facelift. We have a school in Clay County who, up until this week, had a restroom that had been closed down for 3 weeks. That's unacceptable in my book. We have soap dispensers that are broke. We have one soap dispenser in this bathroom, which is now back open, with soap in it that runs through your fingers if you don't hold your hand just right. We have no paper towels in paper towel holders. We have paper towel holders that do not work. This is unacceptable. I have grandchildren that go to these schools. I am not happy. I have walked in to a restroom, and I honestly believe that 6th grade needs to be moved back to junior high. 6th grade girls are going through things that little bitty girls aren't going through yet. And when they have to walk into that restroom behind a big girl and see something that happened to that big girl and not understand it, I think that's a problem. And when I asked my granddaughter, how do you dry your hands off after you go to the restroom? Well, sometimes my teacher has paper towels, but everybody uses them. I understand you don't want students wasting paper towels, but hey, you know what? What's a paper towel to a clean hand? And if there's only one soap dispenser, how are 12 little girls washing their hands with one soap dispenser? I drive for both of the schools I'm talking about. I've been to their restrooms, and I would like to see these problems taken care of. Thank you.
What schools are they talking about? What schools? Would you please tell us what those 2 schools are?
She's going to talk to Mr. Connor.
Mr. Connor right here will be able to talk to you.
Thank you, Ms. Clymer. That's it for presentation from the audience. The rest of these will be for D2 and D7. So our next item on the agenda is the adoption of the consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Sorry.
That's okay. I have a motion by Ms. Condon, a second by Ms. Studdard. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0. And before we go on, I have a few resolutions and proclamations to read. The first one is our Proclamation 1713, Teacher Appreciation Week, May 7th through May 13th, 2017. Teacher Appreciation Day, May 9th, 2017. Whereas, is it appropriate that we recognize our teachers for the way in which they lend their passion and skills to educate the children of Clay County? And whereas, by helping students grow in knowledge and skill, teachers open doors of opportunity to our young people and help them become responsible, productive citizens. And whereas, our teachers have played an indispensable role in our district's recent achievements, including a record high graduation rate. And whereas, we each remember our most cherished teacher and reflect on their influence in our lives. And whereas, teachers deserve the gratitude of students, parents, and all citizens who benefit from education in Clay County. Now therefore be it resolved, the School Board of Clay County does hereby proclaim May 17th through the 13th, 2017 as Teacher Appreciation Week and May 9th, 2017 as Teacher Appreciation Day in Clay County, duly adopted and approved by the School Board of Clay County this second day of March 2017. And the second one is Administrative Professional Week, April 23rd through the 29th, 2017, and Administrative Professional Day, April 26th, 2017. Whereas April 23rd through 29th, 2017 has been designated Administrative Professional Week, and whereas April 26th, 2017 has been designated as Administrative Professional Day, and whereas this occasion is observed globally as a way to show appreciation and support for all administrative support personnel, and whereas these individuals provide valuable assistance to administrators, teachers, staff, parents, and students throughout our district. And whereas our district's mission is to provide a public education experience that is motivating, challenging, and rewarding for all children. And whereas by performing these duties with skills, courtesy, and professionalism, administrative professionals in Clay County contribute significantly to that mission. Now therefore be it resolved, the School Board of Clay County does hereby proclaim April 23rd through the 29th, 2017 as Administrative Professional Week and April 26th as Administrative Professional Day in Clay County, duly adopted and approved by the School Board of Clay County this second day of March 2017. And the third resolution, I'll read it now, and then if Ms. Anna Lebesh can meet me at the podium, and we'll sign it together. And this is with St. John's River State College, and it's Resolution 17-15. Whereas the opportunity for real economic progress from lower wage earners living in our community lies in acquiring workforce skills to meet the demands of existing and future high wage occupations. And whereas the shortages of high skilled workers created impediment to productivity and expansion of business and industry in our community. And whereas there is a need to implement and expand career education opportunities available to the citizens of Clay County. And whereas St. John's River State College is a partner with the school board in successful programs benefiting students of Clay County such as career pathways and dual enrollment. In addition, the college offers college credit and post-secondary adult vocational and Florida School of Arts programming in Clay County. And whereas St. John's River State College is authorized to offer post-secondary adult vocational and college credit workforce training programs in Clay County. And whereas the school board selects St. John's River State College as its partner to collaborate on and jointly build new career education pathways for students to accelerate their education and advance their workforce skills. And whereas funding is needed to begin and maintain these additional workforce training programs to be offered in Clay County by St. John's River State College. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the school board fully supports the request for funding by the Florida legislature to start and continue new workforce education programs to be delivered by St. John's River State College in Clay County. The School Board of Clay County has approved and executed this resolution as of the date first above written. March 2nd, 2017. Yes. Oh, and I apologize. And would
Joe Pickens.
Joe Pickens come up also, please? And Mr. Davis, that you need to come and sign too? Thank you. I see yours is already there. All right, well, we are so excited to be partnering with you, and thank you for all you do. Thank you.
It's a great opportunity for Clay County to partner with St. John's River State College. We thank you so very much, Dr. Leach, and also President Pickens, for being willing to create avenues for our kids. We know that you have 66 workforce programs that you offer, and we will do our best to continue to provide pathways for our kids so they can be successful in post-secondary. So thank you for your commitment, thank you for your partnership, and I look forward to our future.
Thank you. We will now have an update from Ms. Renali Paiva, our Clay County Education Association.
Good evening. Didn't do a speech tonight. I'm kind of all over the place and listening to what other people's said, but one thing I really do want to reinforce here, Opt-Out Clay County and Donna Maith is fabulous. She represents those parents, she advocates for those parents, and Clay County Education Association absolutely supports her endeavors in every sense of the word. I am saddened, and I hope you heard, we do have, our teachers are judged on what their students do. It is unfair because it just reeks, and we ask our school board all the time to advocate with our legislators in Tallahassee because they have this wrong. We don't use children to decide if we're good or not. I was watching, and I said this to Mr. Davis the other day, you know, we don't quantify everything in data. We don't inspire and decide that by data. Teachers inspire all the time. Bus drivers inspire all the time. The first person they see is that bus driver. So when we hold children like that, it is unfair. It's unfair for Mrs. Mace's grandchildren. It's unfair for the children of Clay County. And it's time we stand up to the legislators and say, enough's enough. And Ms. Condon, I know when you heard about PERC simply being given just for a grade, and don't think those high school students won't figure that out real quick. So the validity of that whole test is ridiculous. It has no reliability or validity when it comes to they're taking it simply so the teacher has a VAM score. And Mr. Davis knows how I feel about VAM. I can't say it out loud. I'll be arrested. Students will always, and I'm a guidance counselor, and that's the difference. I'm not a union president the way people think of union presidents. I'm a guidance counselor. This is my 40th year in education and 20 years here in Clay County. We place children according to what they can handle. If they deserve to be in honors classes, they're going to be in honors classes. And we will not ever care about whether they opt out in grade 3. Hello. We have to do better with our discipline committee meetings. We have contractual language that says the principals will meet with the entire staff and decide the discipline policy of the school in the beginning of the school year. We don't do it. We have contracted language that says we'll vote for a pupil placement committee member from the staff. We don't do it. We have to do a better job at training everybody, including my reps, including the people who represent, and we work really hard at that. And I'm hoping Mr. Davis and I will get together in the beginning of the school year, and when we have all the principals and all the reps here together in this room, and decide we need to do that. Shared governance, it's a statute. We're supposed to have shared governments. Principals aren't supposed to, in isolation, make the budget of the school. Principals are not supposed to decide what is best to use their school funding in isolation. That's a statute. We pick and choose the statutes we're going to follow, and the other ones we say, oh, well, not today. It's wrong. Either we're going to follow the law or we're not. Class size amendment is an amendment voted by the people of the state of Florida. It's not the average the legislators gave you. It's an amendment. We have contractual language that says this school board will work to that amendment, not work to the average. Thank you. I have one thing that I wanted to pull, and Ms. Carrick says that we couldn't really pull it because Dr. Legecko says it's part of the law. Law we pick and choose, by the way. In your consent agenda was this Title II fundings for the Clay Charter Academy. And if you look at the backup, and the people can look at the backup, you'll see down at the bottom that we have school board policy that says a school can only use $2,500 a day for professional development. Their contract here, I believe, is for $6,000 some dollars. None of my schools can do that. But charter schools can do that because they're entitled to Title II funds. They're also entitled to any professional development we offer in this county, and they go to it, and God bless them, they should. But my teachers can't go to their professional development because they've used $6,000 of public funding for something public schools can't do. So I'm going to rail on this because people believe school choice means they choose the school to go to, and what it really means is schools decide if you can come or not. They are not on the same playing field. They're not on the same playing field as us. It's wrong. It's time for us and our elected officials, you local officials, because that's who we care about. I don't care about them up there. I care about you. And that you represent our teachers, and you do a darn good job, by the way. Okay? And my superintendent. But this is wrong, and every time I see it come before you and they get something special, I'm going to stand up here and rail again. Because I want it noted. I want the press to note it. I want the minutes to note it, that it's not fair. These are not the same type of schools that public education is, and we need to put a stop to it. I'm not going to rail about, because I'm trusting my elected officials will do their due diligence today and talk about what we talked about at the workshop. We already had our chance. I'm sure you do. I know it's not an easy job to find $2.5 million because we have a new charter school coming on board. It's going to cost us $2.5 million. And then we all sit there and say, it's all equal. It's not equal. It's segregation in its own way. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Ms. Paiva. Ms. Dixon from our CESPA organization, would you like to come up and speak to us? Ms. Butler, you're coming up too? I like it. We have Vanna. Thank you.
Ms. Butler's giving you a package that I promised to you at the last meeting. So I met with the superintendent on the 23rd, had a really good meeting, and he allowed me the opportunity to share my ideas and my thoughts in a proposal package. And I just felt very strongly that as the superintendent, he's in the leadership position, and so when I present something like this, I wanted to talk to him first. And now you have the package, the second group, to get it. So this is a staff development proposal that I have given the superintendent and now you. Tonight's not the night to really talk about it. I just wanted you to have it, go over it. I'm going to email it to you as well, give you some time to look over it and think about ways that we can work together and collaborate and make some good things happen. I think there are a whole lot of other things going on tonight, so I'm going to forego speaking much on that. But if you would like me to come in and give you the full presentation on it, I would be happy to at some time whenever it's convenient for you and for me. It's testing season, I'm sorry to say, so I'm pretty busy right now. But like I said, we had a really good meeting, Mr. Davis and I and Ms. Butler, and Mr. Broski sat in on that meeting as well, and I think that we were able to share some good ideas. Wanted to say thank you. I was happy to see some of these changes happen. I think that these were some important things that, data, and somebody's already spoken to the fact you're a data guy. I get it. I'm a data gal. I kind of like data, but data doesn't always tell you the whole picture. Sometimes you have to look beyond the numbers to see that whole picture. And that kind of brings me right into another area, which is GPS. And I know that's going to be a sore topic. I think it's really important that we think about this whole thing. Quite frankly, look at the GPS. Our bus drivers, it was crammed down their throat. And that's putting it mildly. I'm not saying that GPS is all bad. I think it probably has some benefits. But and it was sold to that effect. It was sold as a safety issue. But I want you to understand that before it was ever sold, one of the big reasons that GPS was desired was to cut 6 minutes a day off bus drivers' routes. That was one reason that it came about. Not the only reason, but that was one of the highlights of being able to do that. But I want you to think about this when you're thinking about cutting bus drivers' time by using the GPS standards to do so. How many of you have a GPS on your car? And you're driving down the road, and you've put in your address on there, and all of a sudden your GPS says, you're there, and you look around, where? They're using this GPS tracking system as a way to say, okay, the bus driver's at the compound, cut the time off. That bus has not pulled into the compound. It has not parked, but it's there. Something to think about. Because I know it's happened to each one of you. When that GPS goes off and says, you're here, you're outside the gate, or you're 2 houses down from where you're supposed to be, but you have not completed, those bus drivers have not completed their run until that bus is safely parked back in the compound where it belongs, and they step off that bus. So just something to think about. I want you to know, I've looked at the contract. I'm sure all of you have looked at the contract. There was a big meeting with Mr. Kemp. He's taken a good look at the contract, and it's some dangerous wording. And it's a decision that you're going to have to make on what you're going to do with this. What I don't want to see is money pulled out of capital funds or pulled out of general funds, because that's where my people get their raises. I don't want it to cost my people their raise. This may be something we're stuck with. We don't like it. We shouldn't be stuck with it. But I want you to know that we hold our school board accountable for making the decision, for not asking the hard questions before it came about. Mr. Davis, you didn't have any play in this decision at that time, and you've said that had you had that decision to make at that time, you might have made it differently. Like I said, I see benefits to the GPS, but I also see problems. Mr. Kemp has assured Ms. Butler that GPS is not going to be used in any kind of a manner to discipline our employees and so on. In fact, the GPS shows that our bus drivers are very effective. So we need to highlight that they're very effective, because that's what the GPS does show too, instead of pinging them because they brake too hard. What GPS doesn't tell you, and there's that data, is that the dog ran out in front of the bus, or a child. It might tell you, boy, that bus driver broke hard, hard braking. That's against the rules. They can't do that. It doesn't tell you a car slammed on brakes in front of the bus driver. So we need to look at the whole picture, not just part of the picture when we're using that. So I think that's about it. I think we're going to have a lot of conversations and a lot of things. I do want to thank you. I know that you've got a lot of hard decisions to make, and it's hard to come up with the money to do everything that we need to do and keep people happy. Everybody's not always going to be happy 100%, but I want to work together. Again, I say that every time. I want to work together. I want to work collaboratively. Let's get together. When you're making some of these decisions, some of the best resources that you have are your union leadership that can come in and tell you things that you might not be able to find otherwise. So let's talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. All right, next on our agenda is the superintendent's update, and guess what? He has a PowerPoint for us. 27 slides.
Lots of slides. So thank you through the chair, Ms. Karakis. Before I get started, the consent agenda had something very important to Clay County Schools. It was an opportunity, and it was titled Motivational Coaches of America. And this is MCUSA, which is a private national healthcare provider that really focuses on the full circle of behavior health and mental health of our community's youngest citizens. And tonight we have the opportunity of having the president and CEO of MCUSA here this evening with the motivational coaches. That's Mr. Julio Aviels in the back, along with Mr. Charles Hurley. They have worked collectively with staff through Mr. Karakis and Mr. McCauley to bring something special to our junior high schools. And this is an opportunity for every junior high school to have a motivational coach on site, free of charge, that will help us and coach and work with our students with clinical coaches to focus on mental health. And this is exactly the type of initiatives that we should be bringing to the table to really highlight and better serve our students. We will identify 50 kids at every one of our junior high schools with parent approval that will focus on our early warning systems. It will focus on kids who have issues as relates to attendance, students who have issues relates to academics, and also behaviors. And we will triangulate that information to identify students, but truly to help them continue to stay connected academically, connected socially, emotionally, and really work to be a productive citizen, not only inside of our classrooms, but outside of our classrooms as well. We will work hard we will have a soft launch in 16-17. We will have the soft launch at Orange Park Junior High School at the same time with Wilkinson Junior High School to make sure we can have these coaches on site as soon as we can to create that partnership. But I just want to highlight it and thank them so very much for working with us through Mr. Karakis along with Mr. McCauley, and we'll have more to come as we roll out Phase 1, and Phase 2 will start in the beginning of 17-18. But I thought it was just worth us mentioning because it's going to be a great intervention for our kids and a great partnership moving forward. So thank you all for being here. So tonight in this very impactful PowerPoint presentation, it's about Instructional Cultural Index Survey. And this is the survey that we gave to every one of our teachers in our organization for them really to give us feedback and better understand the perception of the entire school system related to their school, so that we can have information to prioritize within our school to figure out how our instructional and non-instructional culture is, but also look at the district level and compare ourselves to each individual school, but also through a national trend. So I'm trying to put this, there we go. So the objectives of this presentation is to look at our insight report, define the index, also the domains, for us to look at a theory of change and look at local exemplars as relates to improving Clay schools, and along with looking at proven strategies across an insight report, provides us with developing a responsive action plan, and finally look at our data and look at how we compare to self and also how we compare to grade bands along with our national average. As we talk about change, and a lot of change in the last 14 weeks, in order for us to have change, it's got to be really intentional. In our way of work, we will create a body of work that focuses on the theory of change in Clay County. In order to do that, there's 4 silos that's presented in front of you that talk about how we will focus and create movement moving forward. This change develops with focusing on our positive learning environment, creating the best culture that we can for all of our students and all of our educators, all of our support staff. And once we do that and create the best environment, safe environment for our students, our ultimate next steps will be to develop great educators and develop great leaders. And this is where we focus on retention of our staff, looking at recruitment of our staff, and really making sure we understand the well-being of our staff so that we can work to have the best environment potentially for moving forward in Clay County. After we work to identify the great educators and leaders in our school district, we will then focus on instruction, and then finally our ultimate goal, which will be creating the most successful opportunities for our students to be full option graduates, and then help them to be college, career, and life ready within Clay County. So ultimately, the Insight Survey really focuses on, it's a tool that we use to create an aggregate feedback for our teachers. It allows us to really set our priorities within each of our schools, and more importantly at a district level. So early in January, in a 2-week window, we gave a survey to all of our teachers. And that survey really gave teachers the opportunity to participate in like a 20-25 minute survey to give feedback on critical areas of school culture. We then took that data, and TNTP, who was our partner in the Instructional Cultural Insight, they cut that data in so many different ways to look at how we have strong performers. They looked at every domain that was unpacked, which I'll talk about it here in a little bit, and they created reports for our staff and also for our schools in order to provide feedback so we can have the necessary information to really understand our perception as aggregate as our school and also as our district. And then as we have that information, it allows us to really look at every dimension of the survey to really look at how we can improve our results and improve our school culture within our school district. And ultimately, this data survey and this slide provides an opportunity for you to see how the domains that questions were asked to our teachers and how that index survey is calculated. So what we did is really looked at an index score, which is a validated, summarized, summative measure of our school's culture for Clay County. What it did allow us to look at multiple domains for our teachers, and you see the domains listed from professional development, individualized learning, school growth, evaluations, how do our peers interact with each other, do we really have an opportunity for retention? Do our teachers feel supported? Do they have instructional strategies that the district is providing to them? Do they have access to experts within our school district? All those types of domains are really extended to our teachers, and they can give us feedback. So ultimately, we can create an Insight Index. And the Insight Index is rated from 1 being the lowest to 10 being the highest. And schools are rated from 1 to 10 based on 3 major questions that were pulled out of the Insight. The first one is my school committed to improving the instructional practice? The second one is the expectations of an effective teacher or teaching is clear at my school. And the third one is, our teachers at my school share a common vision for what good teaching looks like. Those 3 data sets identify what is called an index score, which I'll talk about how we have high flyers and exemplars and top quartile in our school district, and overall gives us a data set for our entire school district. When we look at positive deviance, when we look at isolated individuals or practices that are not the norm, we're able to look at what's actually happened well in Clay County as relates to this data sets. And we're able to look at individual solutions that are shared or challenges, and also identify top quartile schools in our school district to replicate and duplicate best practices, and through the voice of our teachers. And this survey has allowed us to identify top quartile schools that we have spoke about and I have launched to our principals, and that we working side by side each other in order to identify how the culture has become most effective through the voice of our educators. This cycle is, the question may be, how does the Insight cycle work in our school district? This will be an annual assessment that we give once a year. And this is how we will measure every single year, once a year. We'll give the same survey. We'll look at the next part of the measure. We will assess. We will review a number of strengths and opportunity within our district. The same survey will be given so that we can look at the same data measures from year to year. And then after we assess, we will then plan. Well, this is where we'll be able to look at school leaders to develop action plans from the feedback that our teachers provided. And ultimately in this planning stage and looking at this feedback and using this insight data, I will use this information in order to create my strategic plan moving forward as I launch that in mid-April. And ultimately, as we measure, assess, and plan, then we'll begin to have an opportunity to act. What will we do to execute steps of action to identify what our teachers feel are most important, and how can we look at prioritizing the needs, whether it be looking at the way we observe, the way we are provided feedback, the way we have professional development, or the way that we are treated within our school to create the best environment possibly. There's key factors of becoming a leader in the organization in Clay County. In 4 factors I believe that principals must own and must drive, and the first one is being an instructional leader, and the last one I have on here is an operational expert. But the other 2 prongs, which the Insight survey truly works side by side, is for us to really focus on talent management. How do we recruit and retain our teachers within our schools? How do we make sure they feel safe? How do we make sure that they feel incentivized? And the second one, how do we create the climate and culture possibly in order for them to be actively engaged in the process in every facet in our school system. These four items will drive the body of work moving forward, starting now, and also as we work through 17-18. The Insight survey allows us to look at strong cultures, and that's really what we want to do. We want to really figure out what's working and what's not, and what we can do differently. In this cycle, and this data allows us to identify top quintile schools, which are our strongest cultural schools, which some thrive. And I want you to know that when I show you the data and show you who our top quartile schools are here in a minute, it doesn't mean that our most fluent schools are our top quartile schools. We have schools, and I will demonstrate we have that thrived. Regardless of the challenges they face every day, regardless of the socially economic problems, regardless of the disabilities they serve, regardless of the makeup of their community, you will see that a top quartile school can have any makeup, and which doesn't matter. It allows us, this is all about leadership and connectivity and involving our teachers in the thinking process and support staff every single day. And what we'll do, the survey allows us to identify the top quartile of our schools, really look at best practices, really share those best practices, and ultimately come back to building the best environment possible. This slide talks about the entire intent of the survey. It's about getting teachers involved where they feel inclusive. It's about sharing. It's about allowing them to be candid, allow them to be courageous, allow them to tell their stories about their perceptions in their schools, and then being able to adapt and be persistent in order to make and create change in our school district. And I've heard so many positive responses to our teachers and our leaders about how this is forced conversation that we've never had before within our schools. And ultimately, this data set is for us to identify and collect relevant information, for us to look at goal setting, to conduct and strategize through analysis of the information, and really work to create a strategic plan and action plan within every one of our schools. This once again talks about the Insight, how we focus on a clear vision, shared vision, and we support teachers in order to be successful, which creates the Insight Cultural Index for our district. This is where I talked about this survey allows us to identify our top quartile schools, which have the strongest instructional culture. This is where you see that you'll have a tremendous growth, and they are more effective than the average schools and also our bottom quartile schools. But ultimately, this is designed to have a set of top quartile schools, a sweet spot of the bulk of our schools, which are in the middle, and then you have the bottom quartile schools, which is our weaker instructional cultures within our district. And I want you to pay attention, because the bottom quartile schools can be effective in a negative manner, as teachers are more than likely twice the rate to leave our schools in bottom quartile schools than they are in any schools within our school district, and that's all related to interaction. The average score of Clay County was 8.0 to 10, and which is awesome. We don't see this type of data in national trends, and it shows that we have 10 schools in our top quartile that range from 8.6 to 9.6, and you can see in our lower bottom quartile schools we have a range of a 6.0 to 7.2. This shows you that we have work to do as relates to our bottom quartile schools, but we have great things to do in our middle schools. We look at all of the domains as observation, evaluation, peer culture, and leadership. You see that the 13 areas that were evaluated by teachers, 8 of these areas outpace the national trend. That means that Clay County is doing a great job in multiple facets in this organization. And this is how we look at our learning environment, which had the greatest gains from the national trend, and also looking at how we continue to work and our leadership is continuing to interact. We do have areas of opportunity about how we focus on feedback to our teachers, how we provide professional development to our teachers, along with looking at career progression. And I want you to know that teachers feel there's not an opportunity for career progression within their schools. And that's an opportunity about are they identified to be on the leadership team? Are they identified to be a part of shared governance? Are they identified to be a part of decision making? Are they identified to be a part of professional learning to drive the work? We have to do a better job as leaders, and I own this as well as superintendent, engaging stakeholders and celebrating their strengths and allowing them to be a part of the process as we create learning opportunities for the entire schools and for our teachers as well. Ultimately, I want to take a minute, and I don't know if I have a microphone. If it's working, you please turn it on. I want to take a minute. These are our top quartile schools. These are the schools that have set themselves apart for being great in our organization, and I want to model how you highlight these individuals tonight. So when I call your name, will you please come up and I want to tell you, it's very hard. This is new data, and I'm all about data as you see it, but I'm also about people as well. And this is the time for me to highlight these individuals because they have been the first round draft picks, as I say, to this point. And I want to call them because they are champions of change. So when I call your name as a leader, I want to thank you for the culture you have created. I want to thank you for being the benchmark because next year when we give this data, they'll be after you. The other schools will be working. But the first one is Nancy Crowder. If she'll please come up. Crowder, please come up. Thank you. Shadowlawn Elementary. You'll stand up here with me. Thank you. Next one is Mr. Kerry Dix at Clay High School. Awesome work. Thank you for what you've done. Mr. Marcus Dooley at McCray Elementary. Thank you, sir. Amy Dial, Coppergate Elementary School. Mike Elliott here this evening from Bannerman Learning Center. Thank you, man. One of our most complex schools that help kids with their desired behaviors. Awesome job. Highest in the district at 9.6 with Shadowlawn. Awesome job. That's right. Awesome job. Jennifer Halter, champion of change, Green Cove Junior High School. Congratulations. Mr. John O'Brien at Patterson Elementary School. Thank you, sir. Melanie Sanders, Keystone Elementary. Looks like you had a packed house tonight. Thank you. Heather Tito. We're here? Come on up, Wilkinson Elementary. I finally got it right. I've been saying Wilkerson since I've got here. Wilkinson, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. And I talk about a school that doesn't have all the, the same, opportunities, and the community may be complex, okay? But this individual continues to drive their school in a fashion that shows they can be a model no matter what school you are, no matter what your complexities are. And this is W.E. Cherry, Mrs. Angela Whitten. Please come up here. Thank you for what you do. No, so I can make you speak. We got enough cards up here. If we can, please, let's give them a round of applause. These are your champions of change in Clay County. Thank you so very much. I got, one more. We got Ola Mills. We got a backdrop and a sitting fee. They should have never gave me this. Sorry. She just said we don't have money for that. Thank you so very much. And this is how you use data to really drive the great things. Thank you. So as we move forward, and I'm sorry, I've got a bunch more slides. I will try, but I've got to show you this. It's important when you give such a survey at this magnitude, when you have 2,700 teachers, you really want to reflect and show that you're actually looking at the data to make informed decisions. And when the data came back, the orange is our bottom quartile schools, and the green is our top quartile schools. There's 3 domains that had the greatest separation. Those domains are leadership, and please know this is not about the principal. This is about the principal, the vice principal, and the assistant principal all lumped into one. So it doesn't separate individuals. It looks at it holistically because that's a team and that's a body. So we see that there's an opportunity for leadership to grow, about how there's an opportunity for feedback and observation, how we give information to enhance the craft of a teacher. At the same time, peer culture. How do teachers feel about each other, and do we have a common expectation within our schools? I bring your attention to the one area that didn't have the greatest separation between the top quartile and lower quartile was the instructional planning process for student growth. I think this is an area that had all the domains were not significantly high, but this I highlight this area because we have to get better from a district level, helping with job and better professional development, and really selecting curriculi and learning opportunities to allow our teachers to be successful within our school system. Another opportunity we talk about looking at goal 4, building positive learning environments. If you look on the left, the blue is Clay County, the red is national trend. The 2 questions on the left, it shows teachers were asked, do our leaders promote a safe environment? We are outpacing the nation, and by far from 88 to 76, that's a great separation in that. And the other question is my school a good place to teach and learn? And then once again, you have a great separation where teachers are feeling valued, they have a safe environment. But I want you to look at the chart on the right-hand side, which creates the same 2 questions, and you have the gray as the top quartile and the orange at the bottom quartile. There's a giant disconnect there. So we've got to figure out what these top quartile schools are doing so well that we can take the best practices and the strategies and implement into our bottom quartiles, and that we've got to stop working in isolation. We have these schools up here tonight, the 10 that were recognized. We have great work in all 41 schools, but we have to branch out and go to each other's schools and have conversations. We have model classroom teachers across this entire district. We should be highlighting them, rounded in other teachers in their classroom, regardless if it's in their same school, to really look at the great practices that are going on so that we can really understand best practices and try to have takeaways that will help us lift instruction. This data, we talk about goal 3 of mine, developing great educators and leaders. You may not be able to see this data because the font's small. I apologize. I try to get it all on here. But we own this leadership. We own this as leadership. This is where the data points out of us. And I say 29% of our teachers feel that they are publicly recognized by our leaders. We can do better. So, I mean, as I modeled tonight, we should be modeling this every way that we can to show teachers we care. At the same time, we look at this data set. Leaders put me in charge of something important. Every teacher in our school brings a strength that we should capitalize every single day. And we have to figure out what that strength is. And we have got to give them opportunities to lead. But data sets like this allows us to really create next steps and action steps, and will allow us to get better as we give this assessment next year. This is the data to talk about how the bottom quartile, the rate of teachers who are leaving next year. 15% of the teachers in the bottom quartile say that they will be leaving Clay County schools. And if you look at it compared to the top quartile schools, it's cut in half with the teachers want to stay. So we have got to do something to work for retention strategies to make sure staff stays within our school system. This is how they're planning to leave. I want to focus your attention to the bottom quartile, 14% and 7% on the left-hand side, and then on the right-hand side, top quartile, 6 and 3%. Teachers are leaving our schools because it's based on school leadership and also school culture. So we've got to figure out how we can help and assist where they can continue to stay. This one is a flip. Why are teachers staying? And 35% say they're in top quartile schools, they're staying because their leadership supports them and they engage them and they give them leadership roles. So we've got to make sure that we work hard to create the culture where staff feels appreciated and staff feels engaged in this process. And also, I'm going to go directly to this slide. This talks about ensuring excellent instruction in our classroom. This slide, if you look at the dark blue, the first one, where 73% of our teachers feel that they share that the school has a common vision of what excellent teaching looks for. We are outpacing the national average at 68. And then if you look at the next slide, the next in the yellow is our top quartile schools ranked to our bottom quartile schools. Even though we are outranking the nation, we still have concerns between top and bottom quartile schools. But I bring you to a different point. We feel that we have a shared vision. We feel that we have high expectations in our school, between 73 and 83%. But if you look at the literacy proficiency at 56 and the math proficiency at 64, there's a giant disconnect between what we feel we have great expectations, we feel we understand we have a common vision, but our expectations for student performance that do not match up. That is my job to figure out what that gap is, and my team's job, and work side by side teachers and administrators so that we can really do some problem solving and move in the right direction to lift this organization. This is Clay County highlights here. This is the red is the national average. Clay County is doing a phenomenal job as it relates to feedback. Teachers feel the feedback they get from the leaders are improving their practice compared to 71%. Teachers also agree that the individuals who's evaluating them is doing it in an accurate manner. And then 92% of teachers agree that school leaders make it clear about how their actions contribute to the priorities and the goals within Clay Counties and within their school. These are celebrations, and we will continue to work on these celebrations. And we talk about data. For me, this insight survey, and I want you teachers and leaders to know, we will not look at it in isolation. We have to take all of this data from the insight survey, our cultural climate survey, our discipline survey, any assessment survey, our enrollment numbers, our graduation rates, our college readiness rates, and triangulate all this information in order to identify trends and patterns. I say this tonight because there's a lot of opportunity for Clay County to continue to grow. We are doing great things in Clay County, good things in Clay County. So now it's time to value what the teachers have said, work side by side our leader to create action plans in order to elevate and lift Clay County to become a systemic A every senior school year. Thank you. I know it was long, but I appreciate it, and I value the teacher's thought process. I value Ms. Paiva for allowing us to work forward, and the board for supporting this, because it gives us invaluable information to allow us to move our work and our strategic plan. So thank you.
Welcome. Did the board have any questions or comments that you wanted to add before we move on? No.
I'm gonna start cutting my time.
Never take your time.
I said I'm getting my time tonight.
I don't think you read them all. I think he skipped a few.
I tried to go for.
All right. Thank you. That was very informative, and I know I went through the survey that you gave us and looked at it. The one thing I did notice, it was nice because I think everybody felt comfortable answering it, and I know that at the elementary level, the ones that some of that I had read, we probably need to look at making meaning and being a writer. There were quite a few complaints about those two programs.
Dr. Shaman.
And so it's something that needs to be on our radar. And I think one of the other things was when these programs were chosen, there wasn't really input from our teachers. So that was one of the other takeaways that I noticed that we might want to think about. Anyway, thank you. It was very good.
Thank you.
All right. Next on our agenda is our resolution for the Clay County Agricultural Fair. And the general manager, Tasha Hyder, is not available, so Ms. Sharice Stewart will come on up and we'll sign this, and I'll read it real quick. Whereas Clay County will hold its 31st annual agricultural fair on March 30th through April 8th, and whereas the School Board of Clay County endorses this event with the Clay County Fair Association, and hereby encourages all citizens to attend and enjoy this educational and entertaining event. And whereas this fair will serve as a showcase for Clay County agriculture with emphasis on educational experiences concerning Clay County's leading industry, and whereas various Clay County youth organizations such as 4-H clubs and Future Farmers of America play an important part in the fair, and whereas the School Board of Clay County encourages all citizens to demonstrate their support of our youth by taking an active interest in their activities at the fair, and whereas agricultural fairs provide fun and entertainment as well as education for the entire family, and whereas the Fair Board, committee members, patron life members, and many volunteers have done an outstanding job of putting together the 31st Annual Clay County Fair, which will provide entertainment and learning for children and adults of all ages. Now therefore be it resolved by the School Board of Clay County, Florida, that it does hereby dedicate the 31st Annual Clay County Agricultural Fair to all citizens of Clay County, duly adopted by the School Board of Clay County, Florida, this second day of March, 2017.
While you're coming down, if you don't mind, Janice, I'll just say real quick, the fair is excited that the Clay County School District continues to be a great partner. You all know the great things that the fair does. We also know that we have so many students that showcase their items at the fair. So I would just invite you to come on out. We've got some really cool new things this year. Tasha, as our fair manager, has brought some really new, she's a millennial, so she has all these new ideas. So it's been an exciting time. So thank you.
Careful now, you don't want to insult Pete. Before I come down, we need a motion and a second to approve.
Move approval.
I have a motion by Ms. Studdard, a second by Ms. Condon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
I saw where Winona's going to be there this year. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I'd heard that some of our locals may be singing as well at the fair.
Yeah?
Yeah, behind you, possibly.
We'll see y'all at the fair.
I can't sing. I can't. I'm not going to.
Is Miss Bush singing at the fair this year?
Sure. Is Terry Dennison?
Are you?
Terry, you singing?
Miss Bush is going to sing at the fair.
We just want to know what evening so we
What-
can all show up,
when?
okay? Or morning, afternoon, we'll be there.
Do I need to smack him? Is he being bad?
It's good.
We turn his mic off.
I got 2 mics.
Okay. Our next item is we're going to move Miss Rebecca Smith because she has a 10-minute scheduled citizens request. However, she's speaking about the GPS, and so she's going to speak before the GPS item. So, Miss Smith, are you ready to come on up and dazzle us for 10 minutes?
Becky just tickles me to death walking up to her.
She's so serious, like she just commands respect. Love her.
Good evening, school board members, Superintendent Davis. My name is Becky Smith.
Excuse me. Could everybody please be quiet so we could hear the speaker? Thank you.
My address is on file. I'm speaking to you this evening as a CESPA Director of Transportation. Not only am I addressing this board, but I'm addressing and speaking to the citizens of Clay County.
Before I do, I would like to thank the board members, Superintendent Davis, for taking the time to ride the bus, see what this system does firsthand yourselves. I thank you. It means a lot. It shows that you're trying to do due diligence and see for yourself. Director of Transportation, Robert Warnberg, brought this GPS systems to you twice. 2 times the board turned it down. At the time, the board said it could not have came to the board at a worse time. We were facing financial difficulties. We were 3% below fund balance. You said your people had not received a raise in years. I mean years. And in clear conscience, you could not vote for this. So it was turned down twice. Later on, fast forward, we had an accident involving 3 buses on Blandon Boulevard. Mr. Merrill thought this was a good time to bring this before the board again, the GPS systems. So he presented it to the board. At the time, the board, Ms. Bola, was not on the board. Superintendent Davis, you was not superintendent. The rest of you ladies were on the board. With that being said, it was brought to the board because of the accident mainly. It sent a shock core through the county. It really did. Here in Clay County, that just doesn't happen. So that is something that we need to take serious. So Mr. Merrill said if we had this system, you would know in real time how fast the bus was traveling, how hard they braked, and other data you could get off of this system in real time. But he failed to mention to you that we have computer systems on board our buses, that the way we've been doing it in the past, our management team from transportation will go to the scene of an accident and download that information off of this computer system. It would tell the same data, but it just wouldn't be instantaneous. You know what I'm saying? You would still receive this data. So that was one of the things that he wanted to point out. We would know what happened. Well, you could still know what happened, but it wouldn't be in real time. Also, he mentioned that our monitors, he held up a route sheet to you and say they're out there using flashlights to read the routes, not knowing where they're going. So if we had turn-for-turn directions, it would help your drivers out. As a driver of Clay County, I will fully agree with that. It would have helped to have that. We currently have 30 subs. That's including the interims. I was told 13 of them is projected to be contracted. Out of 13 of them will be contracted, it leaves you 17 sub drivers. Mr. Warnberg only purchased 12 of the turn-for-turn directions, leaving us short 5. However, Mr. Warnberg did tell me in a meeting that these 5 drivers that were short would cover routes such as FMLA. It would cover workman's comp, people out on workman's comp. So currently with the way it is, the sub drivers go to the driver's buses and uses their bus. If they're using their bus, then they're not going to have utilization of the GPS system because it's on the sub's bus. So there, again, lies some problems. But maybe he's got plans, I don't know, I can't speak for him, but maybe he has plans for them to drive their own buses to cover these routes. I don't know. But I will say this, it would have been beneficial to put turn-for-turn directions on all your buses. This county is growing in such a vast pace. All these subdivisions going in, these roads are going in, and I'm going to tell you something, your drivers don't know where every road is in this county. That would help all your drivers out. I asked Mr. Warrenberg why we didn't get that. Mr. Warrenberg said it was a cost issue. I said, well, how much would it have cost? He said it would cost $3 per bus for a month. $3 for a month. Divide that in how much it would be for a day, 10 cents a day to cover your fleet. 10 cents a day. Fast forward on. He also said, Merrill said that, well, our mechanics will be able to go to a breakdown. If we go to a breakdown, you'll be able to, it'll throw a code to the garage, and it would show the garage what was wrong with the bus. How would he respond? If it's a transmission issue, he was going to call a tow truck. If the driver needed the bus, he would bring a spare. Or maybe he could fix it on the spot and get him on the road real quick. But it would throw a code. We didn't get that. What we got was a code that was sent to the garage that says how low the voltage is on the battery, what the battery's putting out. Well, I'm going to tell you something as a driver. If you get in a bus, you turn that key on, that bus doesn't start, it's dead, okay? I'm just saying, it's dead. It's dead. So, with that being said, that's what they got. They didn't get what they were promised. Okay, let's move to payroll now. Lord have mercy, them people about to pull their hair out with this payroll issues. Okay, so this said that this system was going to help with payroll. Okay, I've been told by numerous people in transportation they're not utilizing this. Thank God. Because I'm telling you, I keep track of this thing, and it's not accurate. I've got other drivers keeping track of their time, and this thing is all over the place. But the good news is they're not using it. So if you're paying for something we're not using, but I asked Mr. Warrenberg, I said, we are going to use this, right? He said, eventually we're going to utilize it. We're going to roll it out. But it ain't working. So then, what I'm saying is, as a citizen of Clay County and as CESPA, looking after my people, this is unsafe. You're sitting at bus stops, boarding passengers. We haven't even rolled that out, by the way. Rolled out passenger ridership. We haven't even rolled that out. So I can't even tell you if we're going to have issues with that. But chances are, with the way it's going, we're going to have issues. And it's unsafe. It is unsafe. Some of you rode buses. How many of you just think, you ain't got to raise hands, but how many of you had cars past your stop arms? Okay? I'm serious. How many of you had cars come head on with you, sitting at a bus stop? This is a serious thing here. Meanwhile, we got kids loading the bus. You got to be swiping things here. They're stuck on the stairwell. If this system was rolled out poorly, it really was. Not enough time was thought into this situation, really. I mean, I'm not saying GPSs are bad. I did see part of the system in Mr. Kemp's office. How fast the bus is going, did they use their ambers, did they use the stop arms, and it worked. What I saw was working. That's good. I believe you should hold people accountable for their actions. If they're out there speeding, by golly, bust them. Okay? I mean, hey, they're transporting our children. Okay? But at the same time, we bought a system that's not working right. How long will we keep kicking this can down the road? But with that being said, if we cannot get out of this contract, if you can't get out of it for real, let's do the right thing. Mr. Kemp has said he would do the right thing. Mr. Kemp said he will hold them to the fire and make this work. I'm asking the board to do the right thing. I am not saying I'm against GPSs, but I am against putting children's lives at risk. I am against that, and I want to be on the record stating that this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Before we move on to this item, we have a few cards too. Mr. Keith Nichols, followed by Ms. Kim Stacy.
By the way, Ms. Stutter, you notice that Ms. Sharice didn't say the roll tide.
I kind of mouthed it to her.
Well, she still didn't say it, though.
I'm sorry.
My name is Keith Nichols. My address is on the card. And we've had this for 3 years. We've been talking this issue over for 3 years, just as she had mentioned to you. And tonight, there are no arguments. You know, we've gone through everything. We've told you everything that you needed to know. So there are no arguments tonight. But what I want each elected official and each member of senior staff to understand tonight is that you failed the citizens of Clay County. Okay? The reason why you failed the citizens of Clay County is because of something that Teresa Dixon and Rena Lee Piva was talking about, accountability. That's a big word in public education right now, accountability. You talk about accountability in Tallahassee, and what they're saying is, you know, we want to have tests so that we can judge how well the teachers are doing. Okay, Mr. Davis has always talked about accountability to the board, and I hate to tell you this, sir, but they actually don't have accountability to you. The accountability you're going to be facing comes in 4 years. But now what we got in this system is accountability for the bus drivers. And I don't know if you all realize exactly how it works, but it basically evaluates you every 30 seconds. So I'm getting judged on my performance every 30 seconds. They said they needed to make sure that the bus drivers are accountable. It scores you from 0 to 100, with 100 being perfect. Okay? Just to let you all know, my score was 98.24. Becky's was 98.22. And there was not a single bus driver in the county that scored below a 92. So we really needed to go out there and beat the bus drivers over the head, didn't we? One of the things I want to bring forward, we had a nice meeting with Dr. Kemp, and I want to tell him I appreciate that. But Dr. Kemp, you ask us to trust you, and I would like to be able to offer you an olive branch, but in the past, whenever we've offered an olive branch, we've usually gotten beat over the head with it. So trust is something that has to be earned, sir. And I believe you're working in the right step. I believe both Mr. Davis and Mr. Kemp have got the right things going right now. But we need to understand why you failed. The reason why you failed is because senior staff stood up here and lied to you. They sold it to you with a lie, and you bought it based on that lie. And what gets me is when we're sitting here and we're talking about accountability for bus drivers being done every 30 seconds, the person that lied to you the most still works for you. And now I've had this conversation with each of the board members, and they said, well, Mr. Davis hasn't made a recommendation. Well, the thing is, the contracts that are signed by employees are between the employee and the school board. It's not between the school board or the employee and Mr. Davis. So whether you do it 3-2, 4-1, or 5-0, you can solve that problem tonight, and you can show us that you do want to have accountability in this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Our next speaker is Ms. Kim Stacy, followed by Mr. Stephen Jones.
My name is Kim Stacy. My address is on the card. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm an ex-bus driver, so I'm here to support my ex-drivers, support staff. And I'm going to speak about the GPSs, although I was not with the GPSs when I drove. But as an ex-semi driver, I can tell you that they don't do that on a semi. That driver does not touch his system while he's in motion. He has to be pulled off to the side of the road in a safe place to receive his data or his directions to where he's going to pick that load up or drop that load, because it is unsafe to remove your GPSs or anything in your hands as far as anything. Cell phone, you can get a ticket for that, right? If the semi driver is only have to worry about the safety of that person, what are we saying about our students? Are we willing to put our students in this danger zone? Because it will happen. Believe me, it will happen. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure it out. You drive your vehicles every day. You know what you come in contact with on these roads. We have crazy drivers, plain and simple, and they don't care about you, your family, or anybody else. And they don't care about the big yellow bus going down the road with 65 to 72 youngins on top of that. Understand that this will cost y'all in the long run. What I say to solve the problem today is those that misled you should either have to fix the problem or out the problem, and the money should be coming out of their back pocket, not the county's.
Thank you, Ms. Stacy. Our next speaker is Mr. Stephen Jones, followed by David Payne.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Stephen Jones. I'm one of the area managers and one of your 5 administrators in your transportation department, on your transportation department team. I wanted to come before you tonight and voice my thoughts on the GPS issue that you guys are going to be making a decision on tonight. I've been with the district for 11 years, and in my tenure, I've seen a multitude of changes. 4 superintendents, multiple board members, 2 different directors of transportation, several different supervisors, office staff in our department, and a multitude of bus drivers and bus monitors. I've also seen changes in how we route students, where they're picked up, where they're dropped off, the vehicles we use, even the very location of our office. And yes, I understand that to many people, change can be scary. Finding and learning new, better ways of doing things can seem overwhelming and frustrating at times. Ask anybody in the district that's had to learn how to use Google Mail. Okay? Yet with all of this change that's happened, there has been one constant thing in everything we do. One aspect of our jobs that should and does take precedence over everything else, and that is safety. The safety of our students and the safety of our employees. As a matter of fact, safety is so important that it is the first item that's listed in our department's mission statement. Clay County Schools Transportation Department is dedicated to providing safe, effective, and efficient service in a professional and responsible manner. There's been a lot of discussion going on over the myriad of benefits of having a GPS system for our fleet and what it can do to make our operations effective and efficient. And every one of these benefits is true, and I agree with them 150%. But safety should trump everything. Having the ability to know where our buses, our employees that are operating them, and the students that are riding on them, where they are currently, where they have been, how fast they're going, and other operational data at any time is something of paramount importance, and that should never be in doubt. This information is important to management, it's important to the parents, it's important to the school administrators, and it's critically important to law enforcement and to emergency management personnel. This fact has been recognized and it's been addressed with GPS systems being placed in hundreds of transit systems all over the country and thousands of businesses with fleets small and large everywhere, including your rental car companies these days. This is not a new or revolutionary concept or type of technology. It has been around for over 20 years. One of the former transit systems I worked with in Putnam County, in 2000, they had automatic vehicle locators. 2000 in Putnam County. It's smart and it's responsible business practice. If anything, our school district, we're a little late to the party because it's taken us this long to get to this point. Our responsibility collectively from the drivers
Ms. Dennis,
and
would you
monitors.
turn that off? I'd like to hear the rest of his statement. Please continue.
Thank you. Our responsibility collectively as drivers and monitors, as transportation staff, as board members. It is our responsibility to ensure the safety of our students. We owe it to the students, we owe it to the parents, and we owe it to the general public in Clay County to have and to utilize every single tool that's possible, including GPS, to ensure that we can keep those students as safe as humanly possible. If you all vote to remove this tool that we now have, what kind of message are you going to be sending to those stakeholders throughout the county? Thank you very much for allowing me to give my opportunity to speak tonight. I appreciate it, and thank you for letting me serve the students of Clay County.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Our next speaker is Mr. Payne, David Payne, followed by Teresa Ace.
Teresa who?
Ace.
Good evening. My name is David Payne. I'm with Synovia Solutions. Corporate offices are in Indianapolis, Indiana. We're here to support maintaining the GPS system here at Clay County. It provides a system that increases the safety, improves service, and decreases cost for the district. Our Here Comes the Bus application has been signed up by 725 parents and 860 some odd students. This application allows a parent to know when the bus meets a certain geographic fence and allows them to go out and meet the bus in time. So parents are able to get out to the bus on a safety and timely basis. The real-time automatic vehicle location allows reports to be run automatically to help manage the operations more conveniently. We've provided this system at no cost to the district for the first year. No cost. Payments begin in July, so we've had a year to get this ready. There's been...
Please let him speak.
We've not been perfect. It's custom software. We integrate with your routing software. When we talk to the routing software, we're able to tell it what time the segment is, more accurately reflecting the routes. Transportation has saved several $1,000s since the GPS system has been brought on. So we believe this is a good system for the district. We improve the safety of the children, the service to the community, and we hope you make the decision to keep the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Our next speaker is Teresa Ace, followed by Amy Smith.
My name is Teresa Ace. My address is on file. My colleagues will be coming up here and telling you a few things about the reasons why the system shouldn't go forth. The messages on it, I'm just going to touch a few too. Messages on the tablets are disturbing, numerous in depth. It's hard to read them and to get rid of them. Safety, we're talking about that. The system will take attention away from the students inside and out. Outside activities will also be overlooked. 3 times this week I had to lay on my horn, people just not paying attention to the actions of a stop bus loading or unloading. How will I be able to work a computer, which everybody knows I'm computer illiterate, it's okay, and see what's going on outside? It's a scary thought. I still have a lot of questions how the system will help with the safety of students. Only one I've heard about is the students will be checking in or out, which decides whether a child is in school or they're on their way home. It does not mean that at all. Students have always used the ride to get to where they want to go. I had a student slip out with a large group, and having to check out on this tablet is not going to be his concern at all. So of course at the end of the trip, when it comes out to be an issue, hey, the student is still missing, or because they didn't use their ID card. I mean, they just out, they didn't use the ID card. At the end, you find out, oh, okay. You're still looking for the kid. It doesn't prove anything. Some will say the system may have good qualities, but I keep coming back to that it's not enough to ensure a child's life. I'm not going to go into a lot of details. That's just how I feel. It seems to me that doing a good job and showing up, caring for my precious cargo, keeping up on my driving skills is not enough, that you feel like I've got to be constantly monitored. You know, I did see the GPS in effect. Some of the things are good, but in the long run, I don't see where it's going to make any difference for the safety of the children. You see it hands-on all the time. You're talking about when you're actually out there, there's so many things going on. I just feel like this is going to be what do you call it? It's going to take away my attention for what's necessary. And I think you all know that. I'm just repeating it all. Sorry, I don't have a lot to say. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Ace.
Sure don't want to see it come on.
Our next speaker is Amy Smith, followed by Wanda Clymer.
Bam! She just got hit because of a car that went around. Not paying no attention to the kids that are loading up. They don't want to wait. The safety of our kids. My name's Amy Smith, and my address is on file. As Miss Mary Bola seen with me riding my bus, I almost had a head-on collision. Stopped on 16 East. He came around. Thank God there was enough room because we would have been hurt, seriously. But with that scenario, with our kids loading up, they have to cross that road or even door side that are waiting to load up. And they're scanning that card, getting on. Okay. Oh, little Johnny's isn't working because it's cracked. Something happened. Trying to see exactly what the issue is real quick, while also keeping an eye on the other 5 points of my driving that I have to do while adding on the kids. Well, guess what? My kid just got hit because of a car. What are y'all going to do when that parent comes to y'all asking, why is my kid getting hit? When the driver is supposed to be focusing on what's around them. I mean, honestly, really think about that. The GPS itself, as far as locating the bus, I have no issues with that. But when it comes to the safety of those kids, scanning them in, when they're getting on my bus in the morning, no. Thank God my route isn't way crazy. I'm out in the country, and I don't have that many kids. But for everyone else that does, like my route that I had the last 3 years, 28 kids getting on at one stop, and something like that happening, I would be devastated. Y'all would have to put me in a mental institution. I swear to you, you would. Because I wouldn't be able to live with myself knowing that something like that happened. I know some of y'all were duped that were on the board. I've heard it and heard y'all were duped, and I understand that. But it's time to make it right. If we can't get out of the contract, fine, make it work for us without them cards or having to scan them in for the safety of the kids. That is my big thing. When we have kids that Miss Mary Bola got to see riding on the routes for long periods of time, thank God right now we don't have to have the AC. But next month, it's going to be held on that bus. That money could have went to putting AC on some of those buses to make it cooler for not even me, for my kids. That's what I'm worried about. I looked to see if I still had a picture that was posted. I don't. But someone that we work with had posted a picture of a child at the beginning of school, laid out in the seat, bloody red, dripping sweat. So we really need to think about what our priorities are with our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Our next speaker is Wanda Clymer, followed by William Davis.
Hello again.
Hello.
It's me. I'm Wanda Clymer. My address is on file. Okay, we've all heard all the arguments about the GPS, whether it's good, whether it's bad. I have a big question. Okay, what are we going to do? Are we going to install a chip on the right hand of every student we have? I don't care where you're raised at, where you're from, whether it be Green Cove Springs, out in the country, or Fleming Island, Oak Leaf, wherever. Children are children. They're going to lose those cards. If you give them stickers, they're going to go home and play school and use them. So let's be smart about this. This is going to cost us even more money. How Synovia knows how much transportation has saved already is beyond me. But in order for this to work, if you're using this for a student count, we're going to have to change school hours. Because we have routes such as mine. Unless you're going to take my route away from me and others and have just drivers who are doing just elementary, we're going to have to change school hours. My routes are back to back. I do not have time to check every student on and make it to the school. My first pickup for high school now is at 5:55. If I have to back my time up, I tried with my lowest route, which was junior high, to log my children in. 15 minutes behind when I quit because a person went around me when I was trying to pick up a student. So I gave up and stopped. I was already 15 minutes behind schedule. So if you put 15 minutes just on my high school so I can get there on time, so I can start my elementary on time, well, then you're still going to have to change the times of school because I'm not going to get to my middle school on time. All of us have routes. All of us have attention spans. You've got 5 points of interest without a GPS. Front, back, side, side, student. With a GPS, you've got 6. So every one of us have been shopping. If you've got a card they've got to scan or anything they've got to scan to get on that bus, have you not been shopping? And I need a price check because they can't get something to scan through. Even punching it in manually, they can't get it to go through. I mean, come on, get real here. These are our children. We're putting enough on them as it is. They're tested to pieces, for goodness sakes. The last thing I want to do is tell them, well, you can't ride my bus because you don't have your card. Is that what we're going to do? Are we going to refuse to take them to school? I mean, come on. These are kids. And besides that, high school kids, when you tell them they can't ride the bus if they don't have the card, well, watch the rates drop then.
Thank you, Ms. Clymer. Our next speaker is William Davis.
Good evening, Madam Chair, school board members, Mr. Davis, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is William Davis. My address is on file. As I mentioned the last time I came to speak before the school board, I am the Transportation Technology Specialist for Clay County Schools. As such, I see the back-end data that Synovia GPS Solutions is providing to us. I see it on a daily basis. The Synovia GPS tracking system is working, and it is providing the Transportation Department with invaluable data. It has already saved the district money. It has also upped our level of safety as well. It has given our managers information to quickly resolve issues when the public is called in. Issues such as saying the bus was late, it never showed, or the bus was speeding. The managers were quickly able to look up the information and resolve the issues. The feature of the turn-by-turn directions that has been spoken about this evening is on 12 vehicles that will be assigned to substitute drivers. We are working closely with Synovia to resolve technical issues in this area, and this will aid in those drivers being able to drive and navigate an unknown route more efficiently and in a safer manner. The student ridership feature, or scanning, has been mentioned up and brought up several times this evening. We have not deployed this system yet. We have given it to Argyle Elementary School and on a strictly by voluntary basis. During FEFP survey count 2, strictly by the drivers that took the initiative and punched in people, we found 4 additional students that were not accounted for during our normal process. That increased our FEFP funds by minimally $500. For the parents, FEFP, or the Florida Education Finance Program, is a process in which 4 times a year the transportation counts for who is riding our buses, and is partially how we receive funding from the state. During survey period 3, once again, we have not deployed this, and we have not asked our drivers to use it. We captured an additional 20 students. I believe with the board's support of Synovia GPS tracking solution, as well as student ridership and scanning feature, it can greatly increase the efficiency process and reduce man hours in the reporting process as well. Currently, the drivers are having to sit here and fill in a bubble sheet. With upcoming implementation of SunGuard, our ERP, we are already working with Synovia, the IT department, and SunGuard for an import-export process that will reduce the amount of paperwork and currently required. It will also reduce the man hours spent on processing the district's largest department. Beyond that, I am also a parent of an ESE student. You may remember him. He received a reward from the school board just a few months ago, helping other students without Florida with an online algebra program. He's a really special guy. The information that his mother and I receive through Here Comes the Bus feature provides us with a great peace of mind. It not only assists us in getting him out to the bus in a timely manner, it also gives us peace of mind knowing when he's home as well. In closing, I would like to say it is very reassuring to me that the school board is doing everything in their power to ensure our child's safety. For the school board to do otherwise, we remiss. As a parent, I am asking the school board to retain this program. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. All right, so I will bring this back to the board. The motion or the item reads, rescind all funding for Synovia Solutions Agreement for the GPS system effective as of fiscal year 2017-2018. So I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we rescind this agreement. I think it's, we have to give a 90-day notice.
Do we have a second? Second for discussion?
I'll second it for discussion.
All right.
May I ask something?
Yes, ma'am.
It's my understanding that, if I recall, Ms. Gilhausen asked for further information from Mr. Davis regarding the Synovia program, and if Mr. Kemp has anything further to add?
Yeah, through the chair, can you remind me what kind of information? I think I've sent all the information that I have.
It was the complaint.
The information I requested was the complaints we've had about the system and
Right.
where we are in solving those problems, and that Mr. Davis sent that, I think,
emailed on
a couple
the
weeks ago, maybe.
Yes, ma'am.
Email.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
It was very helpful, by the way. It was a spreadsheet that listed all of the complaints up to date, whether or not they've been resolved, and what we're doing to work on it. So I felt like it was very informative and helpful.
So, Ms. Bola, did you want the superintendent to talk about that?
We all have the information that we need, which we did receive. That's sufficient. I can, if I may make some comments then.
Go right ahead.
All right. In the last meeting that we discussed this, which was 2 meetings ago, actually, I felt behind the curve and felt that I needed to do due diligence to catch up with everyone to see exactly what was going on. And drove out to the transportation portables, village, whatever you'd like to call it. And my initial reaction there was incredibly positive, because from a clerical standpoint, this system worked. And I stood there and watched the routers. I stood there and watched dispatch. I listened to concerns coming in from bus drivers. I was there probably in the middle of the elementary to junior high times, and just listened. I talked to people. I got a lot of feedback from them. From a clerical standpoint, this was a very strong program for them. They felt that it was doing what they could. And I was under the assumption that it was helping and working in payroll, because we were going through another program to look at payroll and how the two might connect, did not. And so this was sort of building that. But I also recognized that there was a lot of double work going on, that drivers were filling out paperwork as well as the Synovia system providing information. And it's the first year of the rollout, so I can understand that. And then I started riding buses. And the first bus that I rode was with Argyle Elementary, because they did have the cards. And it was simple. It was a simple get on the bus and go into the areas around Argyle, which are very simple. Just a couple of city streets. We had to go out a little bit further, and the students were fine. They were excited. They were unhappy that I wasn't on the bus the next morning looking for me. And my second one, Amy, I think you were my second one, and I was supposed to ride with someone else. It had been recommended. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. Are you feeling better? Because you were sick that day. Okay. And Amy was kind enough to pick me up at Clay High in the morning after she dropped off her students, and it was interesting. I tried talking to a couple of the bus drivers in between, and they just looked at me like, do not disturb me. I have a route to run, and I got to get out of here now. And throughout the days, I also rode out of Orange Park High School. On Amy's bus, it was interesting, because yes, you do, definitely. You are out in the sticks, honey. I didn't know some of these roads existed. And you do. And the children on that route were incredibly honest with me. Here's the teacher side of me going, oh, what's your favorite class? And they're like hunting, fishing, oh, okay. But throughout this, and truly, yeah, it was a semi, as I recall, that was bearing down on us, coming from the opposite way. And we were both sitting there going, is it going to stop? Is it going to stop? And it's going to stop. And it literally had to veer to stop. And we had been sitting there for quite some time with the arms out. And Amy, literally, I could see the mother and the daughter standing on the side of the road. And Amy was watching her. She was watching that. She was looking at the rest of the bus. And she was like, no, it's not going to happen. Do not come near this bus at this point. One of the things that I noticed also, and it was early in the morning, was that screen, the Synovia screen, was reflecting off the windows. So as you're looking to the right to see if any traffic's coming, it's like you almost have to put something over the screen to look and whatever. So there were certain glitches there that I thought, I'm not as enamored by this as I was when I left the transportation offices. The Orange Park High School ride was with Yvette was another one that was interesting, a much more full bus, lots of students, and we dropped students off on 17 over by the dog track. And that's where I was sitting and watching cars pass us going, there are two cars that just passed us and these stop arms have been out. And she's dropping off children in a parking lot at an apartment complex. So she's also very much aware of what's going on in the apartment complex, watching what's going on the road, and I'm sitting back going, there is no way you could pay me enough to do this job. I admire you guys so much. Mr. Nichols, you talked about accountability, and one of the concerns that I truly have, I was not on the board when the decision was made, but I have to make a decision now. And it may end up being a fiscal decision. It may end up being a financial decision that we can't avoid. And my heartfelt feeling with this is, first of all, get rid of the scanners and the cards. That there's one bus from Orange Park High School that picks up 62 children, high school students, at one stop. I can't imagine sitting there and waiting for every one of the 62 children to say, wait, I'll go to the end of the line again because I don't have my card. Sitting there and waiting and waiting and waiting. The other thing that I was there the day I was campaigning, quite frankly, at the bus drivers meeting at Ridgeview High School when this was rolling out. And I was listening, and they were told, okay, we're going to show you how this system works, and the buses are outside. And there were 2 buses sitting there. And I thought, I'm looking at a cafeteria full of bus drivers, and I'm thinking, how long is it going to take you to show how this system works to this entire group of people on 2 buses? Throughout all of this, and it's not one bus driver or another bus driver, because fortunately when I would get to an area, I would talk to more than one bus driver. I mean, I got lots of input, as much input as I could get back. And the concerns that I have are probably more, for want of a better word, perhaps managerial versus the actual system itself. I don't believe that the rollout was the best, obviously. I don't think that we took the time to make certain that our bus drivers really understood what we were trying to do. The innuendo of they're looking over our backs, they don't trust us. We used to feel like a family. We don't feel that way as much anymore. They don't care about us. Being told by some, and I'm not certain what part of the administration of our school system did this, but telling these bus drivers, well, you chose to have a part-time job, in which case, and these are full-time jobs. I do understand, very emphatically, I understand that the GPS is an industry standard. Buses are made now with the GPS. I understand that that is incredibly important. One of the bus drivers mentioned, well, Hillsborough County dropped their Synovia system. And so I called Hillsborough County. And I said, hey, did you guys used to have Synovia? And they said, yes, we did. And I said, why'd you get rid of it? And they basically said that they were going with the same company, another GPS system, but the same company that was doing their routing system. So I know that it is industry standard. I know that it's incredibly important. And as I said, Mr. Nichols' accountability may end up, unfortunately, at this point in time, being a dollar sign. And that's my concern. And that's something that I'd like to hear more about if we know anything more about that contract in that respect. Thank you.
Ms. Gilhousen, did you have any comments?
I spent time this past week in the dispatch office and riding school buses as well, talking to drivers, getting feedback. It's a mixed response that I got. Some drivers love it, some drivers hate it, some drivers are in the middle about it. Seeing it in action, I could see the benefit for the turn-by-turn, and I'm glad to see that we're working towards getting that up and running. The panic button, I think, was one of the biggest selling points when we talked about it as a board. And I definitely want to see us get that working correctly, and it seems that they're working well with Synovia to get that corrected. As far as the rider scanning, I can definitely see the safety hazards. I can also see the safety advantages. So I think that's something that is worth looking further into before we make a decision. But as you mentioned, Ms. Bola, what we're discussing tonight is honestly the legality of trying to back out of this contract. And I have grave concerns as far as the risk that we would be putting our district at should we move in this direction. So I don't want to say anything that would indemnify us if the majority of the board decides to move forward, so I don't want to discuss it in any depth, but just to voice my concern.
All right, thank you, Ms. Condon.
So I did vote for this, and I went back today and rewatched the meeting from May 16th, or May of 2016, the section about the GPSs, and I in fact made the motion to approve the GPSs, and I own that. And the reasons that I made my decision that night haven't gone away. Those things that had happened, the 3-bus accident at 220 and Blanding Boulevard were 3 buses full of field trip students. And there was total chaos that night. You can imagine this happened at 6 o'clock at night. Parents wanting to know if their children were okay, showing up at the, excuse me,
Please let her speak.
showing up at the scene, wanting to know where their children were. And so the one of the benefits had we had this system, we would have known which buses each student was on, so the parents could have been quickly communicated from district level staff to where their children were sent. There were multiple children sent to different hospitals and things, and so that was kind of one of the worst case scenarios. And I recognize that doesn't happen often in Clay County, but it had just happened at that time. Additionally, we had seen a spike in bus accidents. Unprecedented was what I had been told, that we were seeing a huge spike in bus accidents. That was a concern because there were legality standpoints from people suing the district over whether those bus accidents were our fault, and that if this kind of system could prove otherwise, that would have been beneficial to the district. There had been a child who got off a bus at a friend's house to play, and the bus driver was not the normal bus driver, did not know this child got off at a different location, and so that child was quote-unquote missing for a while, and that would have been a situation where it could have helped. So all of that had happened prior to this coming. The year before, I had voted no. The year before, I was not on board with it. I'm not on board with it just from a cost-saving standpoint. However, if it can save operational dollars, I would like the district to be able to go back and look at returning those operational dollars to the transportation department, to the bus drivers, because I think that's a way that we can find more money that could give back. And I'm going to be careful with those comments because I realize that's collective bargaining, and I realize that you're part of a larger bargaining unit, but I'm just trying to point out that the savings that can be achieved with this system are operational dollars. The money spent toward this system are capital dollars. So I think that's an important delineation. I too rode the bus. I spent time at the bus, the transportation headquarters, and talked to a number of different people. It's interesting because people from the same, Ms. Dixon, I don't envy your position because people from the same bargaining unit have very different opinions on this issue. And I can imagine that while I'm sure they all care about each other as brothers and sisters, they have had some spirited conversations about this at your meetings because there are very different opinions. The people in the offices and the maintenance and things like that speak very highly of it. I voiced at a workshop my concerns. I have no desire to have something that the drivers have to take their eyes off the road, off the students to do. I even mentioned, I don't know, and it's not my problem to solve, but some kind of RFID system where the students are automatically logged into the bus. This is 2017, that we could know they're on the bus without them having to do something, because I did think it was going to be a non-interactive system with our drivers. I also thought we were getting turn-by-turn directions. The reason I thought that is because in that 2016 board meeting, and I didn't get a chance to go back and pull out the backup, but there was a PowerPoint presentation that Mr. Merrill went through with us that night, and it says that we're getting turn-by-turn directions. And so it also mentions the panic button. Miss Becky, I found out today how that stinking thing works. It's the triangle in the upper left-hand corner, but it's not visible on every screen. That's a problem. And you have to mash it and hold it for 2 seconds for it to go off. But don't try it right now because it's not working. The latest software update is not working. And I understand that Synovia is working with the district to solve that problem. But I even said at that May 2016 meeting that I thought that could be beneficial if a driver had a medical emergency, that a child could press that button and get help. But it needs to have a little label then at the top that says press and hold for 2 seconds to get help. Because they can read. We know our kindergartners now can even read. So they can read mash and hold, but you need to know to mash and hold. So I, too, share the concerns about the contract language and the finances, and Ms. Gilhousen, I appreciate your comments on that, and I won't say anything more, and Ms. Bola, yours as well. I don't know that I do know that I won't be so trusting of a presentation in board meetings in the future, that I'll do my own homework. I thought I had done it then. I did. So if the public wants to hold against me something that I thought I had done due diligence on and it turned out to be wrong, then so be it. But I don't know that I would specifically agree to this again tonight, but that's not what we're voting on. We're voting on the finances of it. So unfortunately, to Mrs. Bola's point, now I will agree totally that if we do keep it, Mr. Davis, I would hope that we would do a new launch, because I think we need a reboot. If we keep it, we need a reboot, a retraining, not to the point where it's insulting to the drivers. I think Ms. Dixon had spoken at a previous meeting talking about buy-in of the stakeholders. You spoke earlier about buy-in of stakeholders. That could have changed this. But I think we need a reboot of the system, a retraining. If there's any additional features that are beneficial for our staff members, our drivers, that would be more amenable to them as well, because I did not find one single driver who said to me, I am against this for every reason. Most drivers had said something to me about this feature. I could see the good in this feature, but these are the reasons I don't like it. So I really don't think that our drivers are against technology. I did see in the bus location with payroll, somebody didn't turn in a time sheet, a pay sheet, and they were able to use the system to show the hours they had worked and then called the employee to verify in that particular instance. So, but again, we haven't rolled out the payroll system of the new ERP, so I would hope that it would work with that and that would eliminate some of the needs for that. So it's kind of where I am.
May I add one more comment as well? I'm sorry. We were hearing about the FEFP. As teachers, we go through this every year as well, 4 times a year, 3 times a year, whatever it is, for so many days. And one of the problems that I felt with this system, not only was it reflecting off the window, okay, but then a note kept coming up on the screen. Remember to do your count today. Remember to, and we're driving literally out in the country, and it's like bing, and I'm thinking, whoa, it drew my attention away and I wasn't driving. Right. And I thought, I'm not certain if that's how this system is supposed to work. If the locate, and I know that they're all on board already and everything, if the location of the screen is in the best location or the only location, I'm not sure. But I thought that was interesting. And then when I rode with, in the Orange Park High School area, they were still doing the count by hand to do both, and I didn't quite get that. But anyway.
I will say too, when we first got,
We'll get to you, Mrs. Stutter. Don't worry. Go ahead.
you remember when GPSs first came out? They had like 18 steps to put in there the address, and you had to put in the first number of the address, and then it would pull up the second. And if you put in one that wasn't a real address, and I can imagine in Clay County there's a whole lot of wasn't real addresses. But now, and I'm not taking Mrs. Stutter's phone, but now you can press 3 things on this, and it'll give you the same thing that used to take with 18 steps. And it just makes me wonder, did we get the latest and greatest, or did we buy
The clearance model.
the clearance model? Yeah. And I love a good sale. I do. I love a good sale.
You got to spend money to save money,
But
right?
but I don't think that it's all bad, and I do know that it has provided some savings. And again, I'd like to see us get that back. It's just I'm not completely satisfied, and I was the one who said to some of our drivers, I felt like I got duped, and I felt like I got duped because of that presentation that night. But I can't change that, and I can't change how I voted.
All right, Mrs. Studdard, your turn.
You sure?
Well,
Y'all sure it's okay for me to talk? Okay.
Ms. Gilhousen, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
All right, quit
Go
it.
ahead, sorry.
I want to say this. That was big of you. You got duped. And let me tell you, don't feel bad. We've all been duped at one time or another in our lives. And, you know, we learn as we go. And we were told things that night, such as the turn by turn. We were told things, and it got passed 3-2. But don't feel bad. We're all human. Okay. Now, one time before when we mentioned this, I don't know if it was at the professional, somewhere we were talking about this, and I remembered someone said that because we were right at the 3% or trying to keep the 3%, that we would be obligated to honor this contract. I can't remember the exact words, but do you remember what I was talking about?
Yeah, it was, I believe, Dr. Legutko that said, or was it?
I think we were in
It
the
was
Professional
speculation,
Development Center.
and we were wondering
but I
if
remember. But
right.
but I want to let me just read this, and then I do have some comments to make. In this that was in our backup, it says, if your official governing body does not allot funds for the succeeding fiscal year to continue such payments under the insurance agreement, and you have no other available funds to continue making such payments under the agreement, or to purchase, lease, or rent other equipment or services to perform functions similar to those performed by the equipment under the agreement, you may terminate this insurance agreement at the end of the then current fiscal year by giving 90 days prior written notice to vendor and enclosing therewith a sworn notarized statement that the foregoing conditions exist. Now it says, if your governing body does not allot funds for the succeeding fiscal year to continue such payments. Then on the last page of this agreement,
That's the addendum that's added, that we added that. That's an addendum.
this is
by our district.
under addendum A.
Yes, and that was added as protection so that we could get out if we.
Okay. In the event sufficient budgeted funds are not available for a new fiscal period, the purchasing department shall notify the vendor of such an occurrence, and any resulting contract shall terminate on the last day of the current fiscal period without penalty or expense to the board. I'm certainly not going to pretend I'm an attorney. I'm not. But as I didn't get a chance to watch the meeting, but I also think during that meeting, and since you watched it today, tell me this, were we not also told that night in the meeting that we could get out of this with a 90-day notice? That was told to this board when we...
30 days. We were told 30 days, not 90.
I think it was 90.
Was it 90?
And I remembered that thinking, well, if this thing doesn't work, we can get out of it. Now all of a sudden we're being told, oh, we can't get out of it, we're obligated. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's $137,000 a year for year 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's $548,000 for this system. Now, I think there are good things to GPSs. I'm a little older than some of these ladies, but I do get with the times. I have a smartphone. I'm doing it. But let me tell you, if I was going to spend $548,000, I would sure as heck put some air conditioners on our buses. I would put cameras on our buses, and I would make sure that all of our radios work properly. If there's an emergency, maybe the radio working would help, you know? I mean, let's just get with it. It's 100 degrees in those buses, and it's going to be hot before long. I still say, let's get air conditioners, let's get cameras. Sometimes in disciplinary hearings, they'll have something that happened on a bus that has a camera on it. Listen, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Johnny can sit here and say, I wasn't doing it, but we see him in the flesh, and that's what I'd like. I mean, I'm practical Pete. I want air conditioning, cameras, properly working radios. And, you know, it was said a while ago that on that, what is it, Here Comes the Bus or something, that 725 parents had signed up for that. Y'all, we've got 35,000 students. That doesn't tell me that a whole lot of parents are really...
17,000 ride the bus.
17,000 ride the bus. Well, we're talking 725 parents have signed up for this. Now, my 3 kids went to school, and, you know, I guess it would have been nice to have something that I could look and see, well, they're coming in at 3 o'clock, and okay. But, you know, for the 12, 13 years they were in school, from kindergarten to 12th grade, I knew that at 3 o'clock every day that bus was going to come, and if it might be a couple minutes late, but I didn't get excited, you know. I mean,
And they have a schedule to follow.
I mean, I knew what time they were to be at the bus stop, and I knew what time they were coming home, and I don't need... You know, it's almost like Big Brother watching you. These poor bus drivers, I mean, it's like if they stop to go to the bathroom, they're going to get penalized or something. I mean, dock their pay. I mean, I don't know. I don't like it. But let me see if I've got my points here. We've had 1 year to implement this thing, and I keep hearing, we're going to do this, we're going to fix that, we're going to do the panic button and the turn by turn. Oh, it's still coming. Well, we've been waiting a year. This is the year that everything was supposed to be worked out and working, and it's not. Maybe at some point it would be good if we could find something that worked, but right now I don't think we can afford to do this. I think from the wording of this contract that the reason it's worded and in it the way it is and with this addendum is saying if we don't budget the funds for it, that gives us an out.
That's right.
Now, I don't know, but that's just one of 5 board members' opinion.
Anything else, Mrs. Stoddard?
I think it's something I'll butt in.
All right, my turn. Well, I appreciate the conversation tonight. You have we've done our homework and we've looked into it. I went back and rewatched that meeting on May 2016 also to see what was said. And you know, and I wish I had brought it with me tonight. This is the 3rd time that it came before us. The 2nd time it came before us, the contract actually read, I believe, it just said a 60-day cancellation. It didn't have all the same language in it. I came across it today because I have company coming and I was doing some uncluttering. And this paragraph 5, and that sentence you just read, if your official governing body does not allow funds for the succeeding fiscal year, we are the governing body. And it's kind of like, it's weird how this is written because, you know, we're the governing body, and yet it's talking as if it's contracting with the superintendent, and we're removing funds from him to use for this. But I took the initiative to call our purchasing director, who is now retired, who was here when this contract was written, and she said to me, Addendum A was put in there as protection for the school district. She said, if you decide to withdraw the funds from this contract, that's fine. 90 days, she said you'd have to do it by this meeting, but 90 days, and then you have to follow the notations of returning everything within 10 days, 2 weeks, whatever it says. But that's why Addendum A was put on here, and it's signed by the Chief Operation Officer of Synovia Solutions. So they're aware, it's on page 4 of the contract when you open it up. They're aware of this language. And that's our out for this contract. And I certainly don't think that we can afford to put money into a GPS system when we've got so many other needs. And I said it at the time, I've not been a fan. Majority voted for it, and so this board owns it. We got it. But, you know, there's other things, like Mrs. Studdard said, I'd rather see money go towards. And air conditioning and video cameras are certainly a priority, and working radios. And we do all know that, you know, there's a bus manual that our bus drivers have to follow. I know, you know, they have to be at their stop within a certain number of minutes. Dispatch can call and see where they are, et cetera, et cetera. I know it probably would help if it had the turn-by-turn and it worked properly, but the distraction is what really worries me too. And as you pointed out, the glow on the screen and not being able to see the panic button. So there's so many things there that aren't working the way they're supposed to, that I agree with you that this may not be the best product for us. So I am 100% in favor of rescinding this contract based on Addendum A and the language in the very last paragraph that says, in the event sufficient budgeted funds are not available for a new fiscal year, the purchasing department shall notify the vendor of such an occurrence, and any resulting contract shall terminate on the last day of the current fiscal period without penalty or expense to the school board. And so if we decide to rescind the funding to this tonight, we would instruct the superintendent to cancel this contract. We're well within our 90 days. We've followed, you know, exactly what it says. So I think we've had very good discussion. Is there anything else anybody would like to add before we vote?
I had a question. I didn't know, Mr. Davis, when you gave us your recommendation, Dr. Kemp was not on board, and I would be interested to know if he had anything to say or input from his past experiences or his short time here.
Yes, and through the chair, I would say that I gave a indifferent recommendation in the sense that I gave a recommendation for that we could, if you kept it, what we would have to do, and I gave us a recommendation if we would cease it, what our steps would be. From our side, me and my staff, I would tell you, are going to step back and not provide a recommendation. We will seek to the board for direction in reference to what you ask us to do. We will implement this if that's the wish of the board. And if you decide that this is not a direction you would like to go, then we will problem solve and see how we move forward.
Thank you. All right. Any further discussion before we vote? All right. We have a motion by Mrs. Studdard and a second by Mrs. Bola to rescind the funding for Synovia Solutions. All those in favor of rescinding the funding, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Motion passes 3-2 with Ms. Gilhousen and Ms. Condon dissenting.
And it's not because I feel like the legal counsel that we have gotten puts us in jeopardy, and I'd like that to be on the record.
I would echo the same concerns. That was my reason for my no vote.
All right, thank you.
I understand.
Mr. Superintendent, we're instructing you to take those funds and remove them from the Synovia Solutions contract. We're no longer allocating funds for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
May I make another comment?
Yes.
Basically piggybacking on Ms. Studdard's. One of the things that I learned when we are using our buses, we have 4,000 field trips a year in our school system. And the fact that we do not have air-conditioned buses is ridiculous. And I'm hoping that Mr. Davis, through the chair, and to Mr. Kemp, that we're looking at air-conditioned buses now. I rode a bus in January, and it was hot. It was 80 degrees, and it was fortunately an elementary school bus. But I piggyback what you're saying on the air conditioning, because we live in Florida. I mean, come on.
And through the chair, Ms. Bola, I would tell you that we have already ordered 19 buses with air condition, and Dr. Kemp has been working hard with staff to make that happen as well. And then depending on how well we do with school-wide, there could be potential savings as well in order to continue to grow that initiative. So Mr. Kemp? Yes, sir. Your green light.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I just want to know if you want to say anything right now. It's not for good. Dr. Kemp, I'm sorry. Maybe you didn't say Mr. Kemp. Dr. Kemp.
Yes, sir. We have the plan right now that the 19 buses on order have been ordered with air conditioning. We made those changes. We also have a plan for 19 additional pending the cost outcome for elementary Y. We need to continue to discuss the ROI based on the age of the buses and what our ROI would be for buses that are 2012. Should we look at 2012 and up, 2013 and up, 2015 based on the cycle of the bus. So we do have a plan in place to do that, and we're certainly going to fix this systemically as we move forward, as we order buses in the future, as we replace our fleet. Our yellow fleet will have air conditioning.
Anything further?
Nope, good.
All right. Our next agenda item is Human Resources Special Action A.
Move
I'll
approval.
entertain a motion. I'm sorry.
Sorry, move approval.
All right.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Ms. Condon, a second by Ms. Bola. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Our next item is Human Resource Special Action B. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Ms. Bola, a second by Ms. Gilhousen. All those in favor? Oh, any discussion? Sorry. All those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Oops. Sorry, Ms. Bush.
Yeah, hang on just a minute. We got another one coming up. Ms. Kirikas, could we have a break?
Yes, ma'am.
For just a few minutes?
All right. We'll take a 10-minute break.
Oh, make it 5. These people have been
5-minute
waiting a
break.
long time.
Take a 5-minute break.
Make it
Not yet.
5.
The second one.
We're still voting on the second thing. It's not up yet?
Did yours come up?
No, it did. It just came up.
It just popped up. It just popped up. Are we back on? Okay. If everybody would have a seat. Excuse me. Would everybody sit down? All right, we're back. Thank you. Okay, our next item. Our next item is the selection of our school board attorney. I'll give you a little background and a little intro on what has happened with us. As you all know, we previously voted and instructed the superintendent to engage Mr. Ray Poole in contract negotiations. And before they were finalized, he notified the district that he had accepted a position with Nassau County School Board. So we now have 3 candidates. All 3 have said that they are still available and willing to be considered for this position. So we need to now decide what to do next. So I guess what we should start out with is some kind of a motion or...
Oops, I'll start out making a motion.
All right.
I move that the school board offer the school board attorney contract to Bruce Bickner.
All right. Do I have a second? I'm going to pass the gavel to the vice chair, and I will second the motion. So we have a...
Excuse me, Madam Chair, but she can't hold the gavel and also have her move approval as well.
Pass it one further. Pass it to Ms. Condon. All right. I mean, you know, we're the board. We're working together.
We'll pass it on down.
Pass it
Give
on
it to Ms.
down.
Gilhousen down there.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I guess a discussion on that.
Well, I'll start with the discussion if you don't mind. I feel like the order of things should be that we recommend that we hire or make a motion that we hire the next in line behind Ray Poole. The next highest vote was Mr. DeGata from our interviews. So to skip to Mr. Bickner when Mr. DeGata has said he's available, it's not logical to me.
Other discussion? Mrs. Bola, did you have?
I agree with Ms. Gilhousen. When we determined how we were going to select our attorney, we talked about basically setting our 4 candidates in rank order, and the first 2 were ranked first and second, and it would make sense to go to Mr. DeGata as well. I agree with Ms. Gilhousen.
May I speak?
Yes.
I agree that that's what we said. We would rank them all in order and offer it to the first one. I think it changes things now that Mr. Poole has accepted one elsewhere. And I'll go back to what I've said before, that I'd like us to offer a contract to someone with more experience. And that's what it's about for me. It's just that Mr. Bickner had 14 years experience here in Clay County as our school board attorney. He has 30-something years practicing law. That's the thing that really is important to me. I felt that all the candidates were very nice, very accommodating. I agree with Mr. Poole, although he was not my first choice. He did have some experience in labor and workers' compensation, I believe, and no employment law, which would have really been, gosh, that would have been great if we could have gotten him in HR. But I feel of the remaining candidates that Mr. Bickner has the most experience, and so I would like to see him back. Again, it's the board's decision, so that's what I'd like to say.
I would offer that we could privately do a tally, much like we did before. We did it through email. I think that would be the most appropriate way to handle this.
To re-rank them, is that what you mean?
To re-rank them, and everybody can turn in their tallies to Ms. Bush or whoever, rather than to sit up here and argue about who should or should not be our attorney. I think that would be a more professional
Well,
way to handle
the idea is, though, and this is why, I feel strongly that we not have had that special meeting, is that we are in the public eye, and we do need to discuss this in the public eye. And, I'm sorry? Right. Well, no, and not that Ms. Gilhousen's asking us to violate anything. She's not. She's just asking us to not get into specific details, and I respect that because we don't want to embarrass anybody, which we won't. And that's why I just felt like I wanted to say that the experience is what really matters to me. So
all that I was suggesting is that we follow the same precedent that the county commission did when they hired their most recent attorney, and they did their tallies at the board meeting.
They did? Okay.
Yes.
All
So.
right.
Mrs. Stutter, did you have any comments?
I thought, and the reason I made this motion is I thought after Mr. Poole decided to go to Nassau County that we've had a couple, 3 weeks now, I don't remember how long it's been, 2 or 3 weeks to think about it. And I don't know about y'all, but I've had several people comment to me and talk to me about, what are you going to do now as far as an attorney. One thing that I have done in the years that I've served on this school board is sometimes I voted in ways that wasn't real popular, but in my heart of hearts, I knew it was in the best interest of the school district, and so I would go with it. I've always gone with what my gut tells me and gone with my heart. I worked with Bruce Bickner for 14 years, and several of those years I served as chairman, so I went to mediations, and I worked closely with him. I know where his heart is, and I know his knowledge, and knowledge of school board law. I also know from talking to people with FSBA and in Tallahassee how well thought he was. He was thought of as a school board attorney. Not saying he was perfect, and I know in some of the discussion there were some things brought up that people faulted, and I think there's two sides to every story with that one incident that was mentioned in our interview. I feel like things, well, just such as this GPS tonight, we are in desperate need of someone to come in here that we can rely on, that we can sit down and talk to and really work this out. I want us to get an attorney. I have reconciled myself that whoever the majority of this board hires, I'm going to work with and hope work well with. I have checked out some references, and I hope that y'all did. This is another reason that I came up with my motion tonight, because I have pause with some of the references that I talked with. But, I can count to 3. So the majority rules on this. I'm going to vote what I think is in the best interest of this school district, and that's it.
Okay, so Mrs. Bola? I too, I don't think any of us would hopefully not ever vote in what we didn't think was the best interest of the district, but I understand and I appreciate your comments. I too feel like we should go with the number 2 person. I think that's the every candidate to get to our top was well qualified, different qualifications each one brought. So I'll leave my comments at that. But we have a motion and a second. So is there any other discussion? Mrs. Bola?
None of us, of the 3 of us, have come out and said that we feel that Mr. DeGodd is extremely qualified. And one of the reasons that his name is second was because I know I personally felt that he was incredibly qualified. And in reference to the references, I don't know of I've hired and let people go in various positions in my life. I don't know of anyone who has ever asked of a reference who would give a negative reference. And so I stepped out and I went to other people and tried to get outside sources, other additional sources out over and above the references that we were given. And in all of the situations, that's why I made the decision that I did in placing Mr. DeGata where he is. From my previous vote, I don't know that I feel the need for another tally either. I feel that I can make a very sound vote, and it goes with my heart.
Other discussion?
We can count to 3. Let's just get the vote
Okay,
going.
let's vote. So we have a motion and a motion to offer the position to Bruce Bickner. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
No. Motion fails 3-2 with Mrs. Condon, Gilhausen, and Bola dissenting. So, do I have any other action on?
You pass it.
Now I pass it back, sorry. Thanks. That's the first time it's ever come down this far.
And you did a wonderful job. Good job. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion.
I'll entertain.
Sorry?
That's right.
Sorry.
Oh, wait, I voted wrong.
We're so used to voting aye. Now you need to.
wait,
All right, I
you
need to
voted
vote
wrong. I
aye.
like
You need
that.
to vote nay.
My verbal vote doesn't match my other vote.
Oh, that would be funny if y'all voted the wrong way.
Now, how many times have I helped you vote?
I know. What is
See
it?
what happens when we give you the gavel?
Good Lord.
Revote.
All right.
Okay, it's up for revote.
This. What? I'm getting strange messages.
Yeah, something popped up on mine.
Yeah. Said. All right, I voted
All right.
aye. But this thing is.
Can I go ahead and make another motion? Would that be okay, so we can move it along?
It says rejected on here.
That means it didn't pass.
It didn't pass.
Right.
So I'll
Come on, get with
I'll
it.
move that we begin to move towards contract negotiations with Mr. DeGata at this point.
All right. So
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Ms. Gilhausen, a second by Ms. Bola to instruct the superintendent to engage in contract negotiations with Mr. David Daggett. All those in favor?
Wait.
Any discussion?
I want to make a comment on this.
Discussion.
Let me show you how this works now. Y'all let me know, so I want you to know I'm voting with y'all. We need to have a united front in hiring this attorney. So,
And I would just add that I didn't make any comments about this particular candidate before because that wasn't who was up for a vote, and I didn't have any comments to make there, but I did feel like he was very qualified. I will say that he started, if you go back and watch the interviews, he started his interview, one of the questions that he was asked was about the relationship between the superintendent and the school board. And he said that he recognizes that this position works for the school board. But he had a lot of great praise for our superintendent. And so if he's watching tonight or if he goes back and watches this meeting, please recognize that we love our new superintendent also. But that relationship is very important to have with the board, and that we be able to have that, because in the event that there were conflict, he represents the board and not the superintendent.
absolutely, that's
Any further discussion? All right, I have a motion by Ms. Gilhausen, a second by Ms. Bola. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
how nicely we're working together.
I bet you all thought there'd be lots of fireworks tonight, didn't you?
Nah, this is a
No.
lot. Hey, we're still we're holding back.
I don't know what the over and under is.
Mr. Davis is starting to sweat.
All right.
Call Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller.
Our next item, we have to be quick because there's some high schoolers here who have to be at school at
That's-
7:20 in the morning. So, 7.
You haven't
Well,
voted.
I'll write them a note for 7:20.
Thank you. I have now. Got it?
Our
I was
next
so
item is to advertise amendments to School Board Policy 4.06E for controlled open enrollment.
Move approval. I'll second.
I have a motion by Ms. Condon, a second by Ms. Gilhousen. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0. All right. And while we do the voting, I'll go ahead and start calling cards for the proposed allocation changes for the 2017-2018 school year. We're going to start with Kathleen Chambliss and followed by Kyle Bison? Is it Bison?
I'm sorry, I have terrible stage fright, so this is kind of hard.
Katie, we don't bite.
Thank you. Oh, I can go? Okay.
Miss James's daughter.
I'd just like to start.
And let me just say, I'm going to interrupt you.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, just take a breath. When we had our Teacher of the Year ceremony, guess who prepared? Who's in our culinary program? Katie. She was out serving, she did the preparing, and you probably have some of your friends here that were in culinary with you, I'm guessing, but wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So we're glad you're here tonight. We're sorry that Mr. Davis took so long with this PowerPoint presentation.
No, it's fine. As long as I get to school by 7:20, I'm fine.
That's it. Next month is 35 slides. I'm sorry. It's your time. Let's start the clock over, Miss Dennis, Miss Bush. Start the clock over. Oh,
She just did.
Sorry. All right, Katie, whenever you're ready.
Perfect. I'd just like to start by saying hello to the school board and to all of y'all who have come to watch this meeting that ended up being a lot longer than I originally anticipated. My name's Kathleen Chambliss. I'm a senior at Ridgeview High School, and my address is on the card I've submitted. I'm here to discuss my opinion on the proposed decision that's affecting libraries throughout my school district. As a senior at RHS, I've had plenty of time to experience all the activities that our library puts out for all of our students. I've been an active member of our book club from freshman year up until now. That's how many meetings, Miss Miller? How many meetings? Like 10 a year, 10 meetings a year. We go monthly, sometimes we break. This year I've been honored to have been given a position as a senior student advisor on our library advisory board, which is a organization that lets our students have a representative voice on the activities that's going on in our library. I've seen firsthand through my interactions with our librarians, the students who work as interns, students who use our libraries, and teachers and administrative staff. I've seen the sheer amount of need that we have for our libraries and our librarians. Our students are free to come in and use the library at almost any time, which leads our librarians to be swamped with all the work that they have to do with dealing with our students, answering their questions, working with computers, showing them where books are, and with the processing and cataloging that they have to do as their actual library duties. I've seen our student aides be extremely busy, almost to the point of being overworked, because they are having to take care of stuff that they're being trained for, along with stuff that the librarians work with themselves. None of this is the student's fault, none of this is the librarian's fault, but from this extremely brief explanation, I think you can see why I and so many of the people who have come here to talk are a little bit concerned about the plan to move librarians away from our schools. I'd just like to ask you to reconsider based on my opinion and the opinion of students who are coming up to speak next. And I'd just like to thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker was Kyle Bison, and followed by Abigail Floyd. Is it Bison? Yeah. Kyle, I'm sorry, I know I butchered that.
Hello, my name is Kyle Bisson. I'm here from Ridgeview High School. I'm a sophomore there, and I'm going to be talking about the decisions being made regarding the library. Now, we're in the 21st century, as everybody here knows, and we have plenty of phones and nice technological devices. And with all that, and high schoolers being exposed to that, it becomes easy to forget about books. Now, this is what our librarians have done. They've allowed us to reconnect to literacy, to literature, to allow all students from our high school to have the greatest access to books, which have an incredible effect on your learning. Just because you read Tolkien does not mean it merely informs Tolstoy. It also informs every other academic field. You could be reading Plato and gain from what you've learned and how to read to better understand philosophy, better understand science. If you have a chemistry textbook at college, you need to be able to understand how to read it from reading that book. And this brings us to our librarians, because without our librarians, a library is nothing but a warehouse for books with a few computers sitting along the side walls. And a warehouse isn't very appetizing for a hungry reader. Our librarians have turned our library into more than just a room in our school, into a lively environment for academic discourse and for reading books. They've done this through creating exhibits. They've had lessons, they teach students how to appreciate literature, and even more than that, they engage with students on a personal level. It is truly unique to be able to go into your library and walk up, and your media specialist, or your librarian as I like to call them, comes up to you and they say, "Hey, I have a new book on file. It's nonfiction and you might want to read it." And I go home and I read the book because it's an excellent recommendation and I enjoy it. And that's what librarians really mean, is that they're the ones who cultivate that interest in books for you. If we only had one librarian at our school, they would be so swamped with the clerical tasks of running a library, making sure that we always have the right books when looking to increase our catalogs, placing books back on the shelves, doing the little things that make a library run, that they couldn't look to make personal connections with their students. And that would be a loss. I have a brother who's coming into this school in 2 years. I want for him to have the same experience in our library as I did, and I want for him to know that the library is an open place for book reading and for discourse with the librarians, not just to go there so you can walk in, grab your book, and walk back out. I want the library to be something more than just a warehouse, and for that we need 2 librarians, not just 1. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I believe that Mr. Bisson is responsible for our changing the GPA calculations from last year as well.
Our next speaker is Abigail Floyd, followed by Kristen Tidal. Oh, sorry. All right, Abigail followed by Lauren. Sorry.
I'm Abigail Floyd, a student at Ridgeview High School. My address is on file. And the average day for me as a junior in the IB program at Ridgeview High School usually consists of me running to the library at 7 a.m. when the library opens to finish my homework or print something out. Then I go to all my classes, and when the bell rings, I find myself back in the library doing research and studying until the library closes at 3. Fortunately, my school has a team of 2 lovely librarians that help me with research when I need it. Otherwise, I would spend way more time than I do now, and I would have no free time to read the books that the librarians recommend when I ask. There's nothing better than finishing all your assignments early enough to spend time with your nose shoved in a captivating novel. The media specialists are responsible for one of the largest budgets within the school system. I am told, but I have not witnessed, the media specialists keep the school in operation with book orders, processing and cataloging books, media technology, upkeep of databases like Gale, and technology trainings throughout the school. They maintain all the equipment for the school. They also keep up with the enhanced classrooms for all the teachers because there's not a dedicated IT person for the faculty. This requires them to train teachers, troubleshoot problems, and ultimately request work orders if necessary. They maintain professional libraries so our teachers can continue to improve their practice. That alone is a full-time job for one person. And the reason I have not witnessed this service is because we have a team of media specialists who assist the students in addition to the behind-the-scenes responsibilities. Just for students alone, they are responsible for keeping current with student needs by reading book reviews in order to obtain resources of interest and need to the students. They spend time planning and facilitating a book club at the school in order to make reading fun again. Removing the second media specialist in high school libraries is a poor decision to make. Without the second person, the ability to service students and provide useful resources to students is limited. There's no way a library can service as many students as the RHS library and offer as much aid to us as they do and still survive with one person running the show. How can students, like myself, get everything done if the library is only open for a small amount of time? Where will I print my papers off in the morning if the library doesn't open until 8 in order for the librarians to work after school ends? Who will have time to recommend books to and encourage the literacy rates of our students if they're busy helping students with technology? How can Ms. Goodyear provide workshops throughout the day to the junior IB class on the new MLA citations if she's the only person working in the library? There's never a time when you will walk into the library and see it empty. Oftentimes, the library is so full that it seems impossible to find a quiet table to work in, and that's a good thing. There are lines of students waiting for help, and that is with 2 media specialists at work. As you can see, a library is a complex system which could not function without all of its parts. We rely on our media specialists, both of them, to make the library an efficient and functional environment, and I fear that our library will fall apart without them. Please consider this when you make the decision on removing one of them.
Thank you, Abigail. Our next speaker is Lauren Toman, followed by Kristen Tedal. Toman, T-O-M-A-N.
It's on my phone. Just give me 1 second, please. Hi, my name is Lauren Toman, and I am a student at Ridgeview High School. And I'm an executive. I'm sorry.
Speak into the mic.
I'm an executive intern in the library, which means that I'm helping with all the stuff in the back room. While Ms. Miller and Ms. Goodyear are helping the students and giving book recommendations, helping with databases, running classes, because they run a lot of classes, and I'm cataloging books, I'm pre-processing and post-processing, making sure that we have books on the shelves, books being checked in and out at all times, and it's a lot of work, and there's just a lot that goes on that you can't see, and processing takes 8 days if nobody's in the library, and there's always somebody in the library, and it's a lot for one person to do, and I don't think it would be possible with just one librarian, even with executive interns. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Our next speaker is Kristen Tedal, followed by Mitra Goswami. I know I messed that name up. I'm sorry.
All right. Hi. Thank you so much for having me. And I know the meeting's been long, but this is important, so I appreciate it. My name is Kirsten Tesdall. I am living at 249 Egrets Walk, Fleming Island, Florida. And I've been a parent and volunteer at Patterson Elementary School for the last 6 years. I have a 3rd grader and 5th grader there. I probably volunteer 5 to 10 hours a week, so I am at the school a lot. I see a lot. I walk past the nurses' station all the time, and it is a rare sight to see the nurses sitting down. Both Amy Bozeman and Brandy Foster are back here, and they are terrific, and I cannot imagine life at Patterson without 2 nurses, and that's what I'm here to address to you tonight. Patterson Elementary School has, I believe, 975 students. These nurses see those students, plus treat the faculty and even some of the parents. I've even had them check my head for lice when my kids came home with it. So I know that they are treating so many, and to think that one person could see all of those people is just unlogical to me. when you drive up and down 17, you see all the growth going on. We're expected to have even more students come. We're allotted already, as you know, to have a second vice principal come in. To go down, cutting a nurse just doesn't seem wise. We have increased medical needs. We have some students with lots of asthma, peanut allergies are on the rise. We even have a few students with cardiac issues. When they go on field trips, if the teacher doesn't feel comfortable going with them, and the parent can't go, the nurse has to go with them. And when you pull one nurse out, and we only have one nurse, then you have to pull somebody from the front office. And those secretaries, they're not going to be able to treat some of these kids. We even had, well, I don't want to say that, but they have documented over in the last 2 years over 8,000 interventions a year, and to have one person doing all of that is nuts. They have to get on the golf cart, go down to the other end of the school, pick up a kid who's got a fracture, hold them still till EMS can come. We even had a faculty member this year need EMS services, and it's just there's a lot of needs at the school. It's a growing school, 1,000 people there. We need 2 nurses, and I really plead with you to please keep that in mind as you're voting. I think I hit everything on my notes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maitra Goswami, followed by Heather Huffman.
Hi, my name is Mitra Goswami. I have 2 sons. One of them is currently attending Patterson, and the other one will be going soon. I'm just a concerned parent, and I want to put a different point of view here. Whenever there's a position cut, it's usually because of the budget cut. But right now, I live in Green Cove, and just in Green Cove, there are 2 big neighborhoods, and I'm sure everybody here knows those, Magnolia Point and Magnolia West. There are almost 20 houses being built every month. That's average. It might be more 1 month, a little bit less 1 month, but there are 20 houses, average 20 houses being built every month. So that's gonna increase more kids going to Patterson because we're all zoned for Patterson. So if it is a budget cut problem, I don't understand that, because every time a house is being built, the developer or the property owner, whoever's buying house, they pay $7,000 of school impact fee. Plus, if you look at your property tax statement, every homeowner pays almost about $1,000 on their property tax, which goes to the school board. So I'm just here to urge you to reconsider and keep both the nurse position at Patterson. That would help all the students. In this era, we have so many medical conditions going on right now, child obesity, diabetes in kids. Some of those conditions requires a registered nurse. We have so many volunteers at Patterson, but when it comes to medical needs, only registered nurses will be able to do certain things. I also volunteer, but if there is a medical emergency, I'm only limited to do so much for a kid. And I would not want to do or perform any procedure on anybody's kids, or I do not want anybody to do any procedure on my kid if they're not registered. So I would urge the board and the superintendent to reconsider their decision before they decide or before they vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Heather Huffman, followed by Chris Trahan.
Good evening. I'm Heather Huffman. I'm the health officer for the health department here in Clay County. First of all, I want to thank you guys for the partnership and the collaboration that we've had between the Department of Health and the school district for a number of years. We are one of the exemplary school districts when it comes to school health. Many school districts around Florida and through the nation look at Clay County because we do such a good job with keeping our kids healthy, keeping them in school so that they can learn and they can achieve what they want to achieve. So first of all, I do want to thank you for that collaboration that you've had. We know that school nurses are very important. They are able to treat a lot of students within the school. They're able to keep them in school. When we have registered nurses in the schools, more than half of those visits to those health rooms are able to return to the classroom rather than going home, and that's important for learning. So I just want you to keep that in mind as you're making your decisions. There is differences between the type of nurses that we have. Many of our schools have LPNs, which are licensed practical nurses, versus registered nurses. There is a Practice Act within the statute, and that the registered nurses are the ones that actually can do assessments. LPNs cannot do assessments, and so there is a difference there. There's more value you get in having a registered nurse versus an LPN. So we really need to look at that. I did look at your allocations and how you were coming up with your methodology for the next year of looking at one RN versus one LPN, or one LPN in a school, and I think that's a great start, but I think we need to look at the data, as Mr. Davis says, to really look at each school individually, looking at the population, but then also looking at the health conditions in those schools. And so I'm going to give an example since Patterson was here and represented. They have almost 1,000 students there. They had over 8,000 visits to their clinic in 2015-16 school year. That is a lot of students coming to that health room. And they have, of their student population in 15-16, they have over 20% of those students have a recognized health condition. That is a lot of students. That is about 200 of their 1,000 students. So we really want to look at that data, take the baseline data, know that we recognize that school nurses make a difference, but also looking at, do we need a registered nurse versus an LPN? Do we need more than one nurse? Do we need one RN and one LPN? So it's really important, and my recommendation again is to take the data that we have and use it to make strategic decisions. And we don't want to move back where we have been such an exemplary school district when it comes to school health. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Trahan, followed by Morgan Checketts.
All right. Good evening. Chris Trahan, my address is already on file. First off, I'd like to start by saying that I am disappointed by how this allocation package came to be. From the outside looking in, it appears that this package was developed through backdoor political deals. Okay. I feel that the board was blindsided. I also feel that we as the faculty were also blindsided by this. And for an administration that campaigned and has pledged itself to transparency and open communication, I find this unacceptable. To me, this is reminiscent of the previous administration. Superintendent Davis, in your presentation, at least what I could catch of it at Monday's workshop online, you made the comment that this is not just about people. I must respectfully disagree with you, sir. This is a people-based profession. We are in the profession of working with people and educating people. And it is people that make this profession what it is. I heard repeatedly you talk about making data-based or data-driven decisions and listening to what the statistics tell us. Superintendent Davis, I would ask that you and the board look at what the data doesn't reflect. For instance, there is more to running a library than just checking out books. You cannot operate a library with one media specialist. You cannot operate a high school library with one media specialist. The majority of the students at my high school qualify for free and reduced lunch. If you think about that, there is a distinct possibility that the majority of my students at my high school do not have regular access to a computer or internet. They are dependent upon the services that my library offers. They need regular access to the library for the computers that they may or may not have at home. Like many of the libraries in our district, my librarians, my media specialists, volunteer their time and work outside of their contract hours in order to ensure that the students of my school and all the others have regular access to our facilities. If you limit a high school library to one specialist, many of those services that they are able to provide to our students, as well as the faculty, will come to a grinding halt. If there is only one specialist managing the library, will they be able to continue to operate under the extended hours that go above and beyond both the contract and their job description? I would also like you to consider how limiting a high school to one specialist might impact these specialists' contractual rights. Per contract, they are entitled to a student-free planning period as well as a 30-minute lunch. What happens when the second specialist isn't there to relieve them? Madam Chair, may I continue? Thank you. How will this impact access to the library, both to the students and to the faculty? Again, I encourage you to remember that there is much more than data. This is a people-driven profession. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Morgan Checkett, followed by Amanda Cheshives.
Hi, my name is Morgan Checkett. I am a Patterson parent. I have two children, a girl who's in first grade and a son who will be coming up into kindergarten next year. I'm concerned about only having one nurse at the school. My daughter has a form of epilepsy. If she has a seizure at school, which she has had before, she needs the medication administered to her quickly by a licensed medical professional. Her teacher is not qualified or capable of doing so. If it is not administered correctly, her health is in serious danger. If a nurse is going to help my daughter in this emergency, or in another student who has an emergency just as equal to that, what about the children who are in the clinic currently for illness, injury, or need their medication dispensed, which can only be done, once again, by a licensed medical professional? What happens to those children? They have to wait for 15 to 20 minutes with a secretary who can't help them. So I'm concerned for all the students they're missing out on class time. They have to wait. What if they have to take their medication before lunch and then they miss their lunch period? So I would just ask you to consider keeping both nurses for the health and safety of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Amanda Cheshive, followed by Kelly Ludlam.
Yes, I'm Amanda Cheshire.
Cheshire.
That's
an
fine.
R?
That's
I'm
fine.
sorry, I thought it was a
It
V.
happens all the time. It's fine.
It's your penmanship.
Yeah, no, it's fine. And I have my address on record, and I'm a parent, and I'm a volunteer. I'm a registered voter, and I'm also a Clay County substitute teacher now. So I wrote you guys last year when this came up, and the issue of nurses is extremely dear to my heart. I've been blessed with two daughters that are very healthy, and I'm very thankful for that. And one of them is a senior, and she's enjoyed the Clay County education experience. I'm so thankful for what we've been given here and provided. And my other is a fourth grade student at Patterson, and we have been blessed that they are healthy. But my youngest was injured in kindergarten. She had a fall and an injury that shook me, scared me terribly. And because we had two nurses, one was able to go with the golf cart and check on her because there was blood, there was, teeth about to go through, lots of things. And one was able to call. There were other students in the clinic. There are things that happen even to healthy students. And we have a wide variety, as they've already mentioned. I don't want to go over and over again, but there are others who do have health concerns. We have children at Patterson with heart transplants that need special consideration. Like they said, that we have diabetics, asthma, different things. So these women we are incredibly blessed with, and they are amazing, and they work well together, and they are a great team for our school, and they care about the well-being of our children. And we've talked a lot about safety tonight with the GPS and everything else. There is nothing more important than the safety of our children, and they're being staffed. They're having two, to me, is an ultimate. And we have two registered nurses in our school, and only one is paid as a registered nurse. The other is paid as an LPN. And they still do their absolute best. They still give their all. And I think we would be remiss. I think it would be detrimental to the safety and well-being of our children. And I know they're considering a second assistant principal. And I know we are adding numbers and things of that nature. I would ask you to reconsider those things and consider the well-being of our children by these nurses. And they put their all and their heart into their positions. And I feel peace of mind because they're there. And I know that there are many other parents that aren't here tonight that feel the same way. And I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Cheshire. Our next speaker, Kelly Ludlam, followed by Angelica Ochan. Hi, I'm Kelly Ludlam, and my address is on file. You all met me on Monday. I am a teacher at Shadowlawn. I'm a technology teacher. I hope to be again, but at this point, I'm not allocated, and I thought I had a speech, but I was encouraged to read my old one. I've been teaching 21 years, 9 years in technology resource. And as for data, I can tell you I take 4,000 unique students into the I've taught 4,000 unique students technology, many of them for multiple years. So some students I can teach up to 6 years or 7 years. 1,200 students have been introduced to robotics in my classroom. I know Ms. Gilhausen came out this week and saw my students with their robots programming them. Every day I take 180 unique users into the OneClay portal. At my school, classes have maybe 2 computers in their classroom. Maybe they work. How many kids are going to get into the portal in a day without a technology resource class? Kindergarten students have to log in with a 6-digit lunch number and an 8-character password. They have to press Control-Alt-Delete. It's a challenge. And the teachers aren't going to have time to get those kids on the computers because you have to help them. It's a lot of work. If they don't practice regularly, they're not going to be able to get on the computers. I've taught 500 students how to use the Focus portal to make sure they can see and improve their grades. I'm saying a lot of the same things, but my program teaches kids how to integrate technology, and I know art is important. My school had an art teacher, and our teacher retired. When the art teacher retired, they took a vote, and they voted that technology be brought back into the school because it had been there and had been cut. It was a school choice, and now it's not. The teachers at my school have said to me, "We need you. We can't do this without you. We can do art with our students. We don't have the ability to do what you do with technology." And technology is the foundation of literacy. We have computer science standards. And a good technology program is every bit as important as a good art program in every school. I noticed today the allocations changed, and my feelings were extremely hurt. 10 schools, my friends got their jobs back. I'm thrilled. I know my talking on Monday made a difference for them. But what about my students at my school? Our neighboring schools, some of them got their teacher back. I said, it's really wonderful. But what about the other kids? They don't deserve technology. They don't deserve the ability to learn. Right today, I can tell you there was a push through that came through last night. And today, to get into the email, there was an extra install, add, click to get in. I know how to do that. The kids need to be walked through it every time. The teachers are calling me saying, how do I get my email? It doesn't happen by itself. There are teachers teaching the kids and the teachers how to use the technology out there. It's a need. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker, Angelica Ochan.
Ochoa.
Ochoa.
Yes. Hello, my name is Angelica Ochoa. I'm a parent of a Clay County student. I'm also a computer science resource teacher at Keystone Heights. Previously, I was at Charles E. Bennett Elementary, and when I left with tears because I was worried for my students. I have inspired 836 students at that school to look at coding as a possible career. Now at Keystone, I get the joy of introducing students to algorithmic thinking. I get to introduce them to simulators. I get to introduce them to binary code. I am here for 2 reasons. I'm here for you to reconsider the formula to lower the number of students for resource requirements from 900 to 800 for my fellow resource teachers. I'm also here to encourage you to bring technology to all elementary schools. I believe, just like the Department of Education, the large class sizes affect the quality of education. If I read your formulas correctly for allocations, you expect resource teachers at schools of over 800 students to have 29 to 30 kids per class. Most teachers and resource don't have room for that. I don't know how they would manage because I find it stressful when a fellow resource teacher has an emergency and leaves and I cover some and take some of their students at the end of the day. I'm overwhelmed. I know my quality of instruction is hindered. I know I do not have 36 or 32 computers in my classroom. I have 30 on a good day. It may seem to a small number to you, but 30 minutes with 32 kindergartners trying to do something, it is stressful. Are you planning to give us assistance for those classes? Are we going to have resource assistants coming in to help us? Other teachers get that. As far as technology is concerned, did you know the state has added 169 computer standards this year? As a computer science teacher, I try to help and teach as many of these standards to help my fellow teachers who can't or do not have the time because they are preparing for FSA. I teach students how to log in. I teach them how to find things on the portal. I teach teachers how to get their Google Classroom started. I teach students how to turn in work through their Google Classrooms. Will we be, as a parent, I know I am upset because along with 90% of the parents across America, I want my student learning, my daughter, code and computer. I believe that she will need that if her dreams to be a vet are going to come true. Or will we be like the 40% of the schools across the nation that don't have computer science as a resource? How is that for some data for you? As a computer science teacher, education, may I have permission to continue, Madam Chair?
Yes, you may.
Computer science education is just starting to recover from a 10-year decline in America. We have barely started to increase our numbers in producing computer-savvy people. I teach students to be creative. I teach them how to draw through Google Art. I teach them to express themselves through Google Slides. I teach them to make graphs. I teach them to go beyond what they are capable of and to reach for their dreams. Yes, I understand that their numbers may not be what you want, but it's not fair to deny some schools technology and some students technology while others get to keep theirs. If it's because you need an extra lab for iReady, if you fund me a Chromebooks for a whole class and a jar cart, I gladly give up my computer lab for the teachers to do iReady, and I will be a mobile's computer science teacher. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ochoa. Our next speaker, Ms. Brandy Stasiak, followed by Elaine Neighbors.
Good evening, Brandy Stasiak. My address is on file. I'd like to start out by saying thank you to Ms. Gilhausen, Ms. Condon, and Ms. Condon and Ms. Bola for visiting our school this week. It was so greatly appreciated. I actually just don't even have words beyond that. And for Ms. Karakas and Ms. Studdard, thank you guys so much for your communication and your interest. I understand that it was a short time frame and you guys couldn't make it out, but we appreciate the response and the communication very much. We feel like this is a wonderful step forward in serving our amazing ESC students that we have. And I'd like to ask once again for your support in keeping our 3-classroom split model. I'd like to congratulate Shadowlawn Elementary for being first in our top quartile schools. Mr. Davis's survey just confirmed what I and many other parents in our community already knew. SLE strives for excellence every day and they achieve it.
I'm very proud to be part of the SLE family, and I would ask that you please allow us to keep our technology teacher. We don't need to fix what isn't broken. In honor of Dr. Seuss's birthday, I'd like to share a bit of his wisdom. Sometimes the questions are complicated and the answers are simple. Think left and think right. Think low and think high. Oh, the thinks you can think, if only you try. And lastly, I would like to ask a question on behalf of some of our ESE parents. Could we please see an explanation of the role of the support facilitator, VE/LI? We understand that at Lakeside Junior High, they lost an allocation for a VE/LI teacher, and that has been replaced with a support facilitator role, and we have some questions about how that will work. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Superintendent, could you follow up with that? All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Elaine Neighbors, followed by Angela Wynn.
Trying to move fast, so I always hate having to follow behind the tall redhead. Just saying. Hello, everybody. Long time no see for some of you. Thank you so much for coming out and putting your eyes on my youngsters and the other youngsters in my program. Yeah, this is not working for me tonight. Sorry.
Then the end.
Just the end.
Okay, yes. Well, you know, it's been a very long day and a really long week, so you'll have to excuse me if you will. Thanks for letting us show off our children and our program. We certainly enjoyed having you. It was a pleasure. Please come back. I want to start out by saying we know that the self-contained language impaired program in Clay County is not going away. Message clear. Thank you. And thank you, because we appreciate that, and we're pleased with that decision. And of course, we hope that you'll continue to see the value that this program has in educating this population, this unique population, this wonderful population. I spoke with a parent today. It was very interesting that this parent called me. She's a friend of a friend, and she has a son in the St. Johns County Schools. It was very unprompted, and so it was strange because she called. Her child is not getting the services in St. John's that she feels that he needs because of his IEP. And she was actually calling to see what Clay had to offer. I thought the timing was a little eerie, just gotta tell you. I assured her that we have a unique and fabulous ESE program in Clay County. Of course, I bragged, a lot, and she was really impressed. So I know we've said it before, but I want to say it again. Hey, how about we use it as a selling point? Because, listen, I'm not a businesswoman. I'm a teacher. But I can try to think like a businesswoman, and I see an opportunity here. I'm going to share a quote I know I've shared with a couple of you, but I want to share it with everybody else too. It's a favorite quote that a friend of mine told me, which is, "It's not that hammering a square peg into a round hole is hard work. It's that you damage the peg in the process." I would like to remind and leave you with our opinion and hope. And remember that, to remember, may I finish? Thank you. That if you remove an allocation at Shadow Lawn Elementary School, you really are hurting a vulnerable population, and you're making us less effective. Thank you again for really looking in the faces of the youngsters and giving us all a voice. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Neighbors. Our last speaker, Angela Wynn. Am I saying that correctly? Yes.
Good evening. My name is Angela Wynn. My address is on record. I just want to come before you today to talk about how essential technology is to our students. It is an important component in our students' lives as well as a crucial support to running of their everyday processes, especially in our day and age when technology is all around them and it's going to be in their future. I'm asking this for the faculty and staff and students of Lakeside Elementary. I'd like for you to consider allowing us to keep our technology teacher, Tim Wells. Tim helps our students all day. He helps them in so many other ways as far as teachers and faculty and staff. He is a tremendous support to us. He teaches us all of the new things that we need to know as teachers and also with the children. Such as keyboarding skills and all of the things that they need to need as they progress through the grades, and as well as helping them address computer-based standards that have just been continuing to increase, as I've heard. He routinely works before and after school to assist teachers, students, and staff members with computer issues. He also teaches the students and the teachers how to navigate Google and other new programs. I would just like to, again, ask the board to consider letting us keep Tim Wells. And also, on another note, would like to ask you to also consider keeping the language impaired unit and consider students that are in need of such a service as the language impaired, teachers and the people that care for them. As a teacher of 19 years with Clay County, I have had my hand in the ESE department in all of those years, whether it be VE, inclusion, or ESE pre-K. I've worked with language impaired students and realized that they need, sometimes they need an environment where they can work in an inclusion environment, but sometimes they need that really intensive environment with teachers and other students that they can learn from, that learn like they learn. So I would like for you to consider really thinking and advocating for those children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. That was our last speaker. So I will bring this back to the board. Just before we can have discussion, we'll need to have a motion and a second, and then we can discuss and decide what to do then.
I'll move approval for, this has so many teachers on it. I don't want teachers to feel like we don't want to reappoint them, so I feel like we need to do something for Mr. Broski so he can get to work, so that I move approval.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it so we can discuss this.
Okay.
We've got to get it out on the floor here. Boy, everybody's just jumping right in.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
know, and I think because we just got this second, this
Yeah.
backup one, so we really,
Okay, I don't know how y'all feel, because we
Go
got
ahead, start.
some things this afternoon, and I'll be honest with you, I was over at Mayo all day today, so I'm trying to get all this absorbed. What I would really like to do, if y'all agree, like we've been talked to about the media techs, the media specialists, the nurses, the language impaired. If we could take like one section and let Mr. Davis kind of give us some rationale on what, why, what, who, what, when, why, where, because that way we can talk about nurses. And for instance, they were talking about, you've got, you're cutting a nurse at this, Patterson, but then I was looking on the allocation while they were looking there, and I hadn't even caught this, that there's an allocation there for a second assistant principal. And I was thinking if we could take a section at a time and let Mr. Davis kind of give us his thoughts on it, that we won't get it mixed up with the media specialist and the media tech. We can kind of take one area at a time. Does that sound like a plan?
it's fine with me.
For discussion only.
Yeah,
correct?
just to discuss it, yeah. Because we kept getting different plans, and what's the latest,
Do you want
greatest?
to direct this, or do you want us to ask you questions?
Yeah, absolutely. I can drive it through the chair. I can drive it. We can go piece by piece so we can have a better understanding of what we've accomplished.
I'll start with the nurses.
Okay, good.
Because the presentation from I'm sorry, I didn't write your name down, from the Department of Health.
Yeah.
Did we use the data from the clinics at all in making the determination?
Yeah, we looked at, portionally, we looked at all of it. We didn't go actively and get all of the numbers for every single one of our schools to make an informed decision. But I will tell you that we looked at surrounding counties. We looked at allocations throughout the nation. We looked at the standard in reference to it being for 775 students, 750 students to 1,500 students is usually the norm throughout the nation in reference to identifying one registered nurse. We have many schools in surrounding counties and also throughout the state that allocates one nurse for 5 schools, and they see them once a day. So when we talk about the original plan was to make certain that we had a nurse at every school. And yesterday I had opportunity to meet with Baptist Health, to meet with Wolfson Children's Hospital, and they agree that this is best practice. We believe that we have looked at, we're looking at that model to make certain that we have one nurse per school. We then also went and looked for additional needs and special assistance out there through our schools that some of the parents spoke about this evening, which I'm thankful for you coming and fighting the fight for your kids and your community. But I can tell you that it's very difficult to have multiple nurses at a school when they don't warrant it through medical assistance. I mean, we do a great job with consulting kids, providing first aid, and that's the majority of what's happened at Patterson. I do know that. It's over 6,000 of the 8,000 incidents they speak about. But I understand the importance. When it comes to the election to reduce, originally, after identifying one per school, the original list was to minimize it by 29 nurses, and then it went to, after reflection, it went to 7 nurses, and then at this point we have 7 nurses that would not meet the model. We currently have 4 vacancies in which we would be left with 3 individuals who would not have an allocation. I can tell you, every year we have a difficulty staffing these positions, and whereas I can't sit and guarantee that those 3 would have positions, but I can tell you we worked hard the last couple of days in the last week to get this right, to make sure that every school has a rationale for one. And we talk about Patterson. Patterson has 966 students with one. We have Tynes Elementary School with 955 that's been getting it done with one nurse. We have Lake Asbury with 830 that's been accomplishing this with one nurse. We have Oakleaf High School that has 2,346 students with one nurse. We have Fleming Island that has 2,100 students with one nurse. We have Keystone Junior High School with 1,200 kids with one nurse. So, to say that that I can give one school an allocation versus the other, it's very difficult to do. This board, and I know we're just talking about nurses, you're going to push me and I'm going to push you in this community to figure out what we can do for interventions for kids. So how we talk about technology. This school doesn't have wireless at all in maybe a handful of our schools, which we have wall-to-wall. How am I going to get the money to do that? I'm not saying a nurse helps that, but every little bit helps. How am I going to have an opportunity for Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction? One of the individuals talked about pushing iReady and Achieve 3000s. Perfect. We have to have that as an intervention, and that costs money. We also look at creating a data warehouse, which we do not have a data warehouse. When I go ask for data, I kid you not, HR, not to be disrespectful, has to comb through file cabinets to get the data that I'm asking for. There's no sophistication around that part. So we have got to come to the times where we better help teachers problem solve and create a best experience for our kids every single day, and then align professional development, which I don't believe we've been doing in a sophisticated way, in order to move forward. And every little thing helps. So it's not that Addison Davis doesn't want to put 2 and 3 nurses per school, because I would love to do it. I would love to do that. But so many things are going to come up. How do we incentivize? I mean, we talked about custodial staff earlier in the week, where one custodial staff member is supposed to be towards 19,000 square footage. We're at 1 per 22,000 per square foot. we don't give them sufficient materials and people to get the job done. So when we talk about individuals, when we talk about people, so the part of the entire story is it's just not about people when we look at the instruction. It's about curriculum. It's about supports. It's about professional development. It's about so many other angles to have a balanced system, which my job as superintendent is to get and create the big picture to make that happen. So that's when we get to a point where we have to have a staff allocation that is sound but also meets the needs. At any point in time, if we believe that a student, whether it's Patterson, whether it's Doctors Inlet, whether it's Tynes, has students that have multiple allergies, that have students that have diabetic needs, and we believe that the special needs and assistance needs to happen, I can tell you I'll be the first one as a student advocate, as a teacher advocate, to make that happen.
May I ask a question about nurses? Mr. Davis, I know you had sent us the information, and I didn't print it out today, but you had sent us the information about Medicaid dollars, and that Clay is exponentially higher in those Medicaid dollars. Do those pay for any of our nurses or not?
I do not, I'm going to link out to Mr. McCauley. I do not believe that does. Now, I will tell you this. The answer, I believe, is no. Mr. McCauley saying no. The majority of that money is not only generated in every RN approves the process when we're trying to get money for Medicaid. Clay County is doing a phenomenal job with those dollars. But psychologists, social workers, behavior assistants, classroom assistants all help with formalizing and creating the process with pushing the paperwork in order to generate that funding. So you may think that we're reducing some three LPNs, and that may impact Medicaid. It's not going to do it. We're going to continue to have processes in place, but I can tell you we pay for that.
That was my question.
Yeah, so we pay for it, and then Mr. McCauley shop pays for some of it based on need and assistance. Mr. McCauley? Sorry.
I'm not sure if this is working. One of the things we have to be careful of when we look at how we fund different positions is whether or not those positions can help to generate fee for service. If they are able to do that, like nurses, psychologists, et cetera, they cannot be paid from federal funds. So we have to balance what we might be able to gain with where we fund those positions.
So that's like a checks and balance kind of thing.
Yeah, great.
But thanks to our RNs for doing all the paperwork, because we're like
Fabulous job.
number 1 or 2 in the state for dollars that are received from Medicaid. It's up there.
It's unbelievable.
And it's because our RNs are so
agree.
diligent about that.
Do a phenomenal
and
job.
so they do. All our nurses do a wonderful job. Any other questions about nurses?
I feel the need to make a comment as a former teacher. I understand where parents are coming from. I had a variety of action. I mean, I did hospital homebound for a child with cancer. I had a young lady in my classroom with juvenile diabetes who didn't really think that it was important to follow through on her counts and take her medicine and stuff. I mean, it's peanut allergies. Oh my gosh. I mean, I had yes, and they're continuing to grow. I get that. And, basically we just put signs up in our windows saying no. And it's amazing how the children work with the children who have those problems. They know, so they they choose not to bring anything to the classroom that's going to jeopardize their friends. The other side of that is that with Nurse Debbie at Argyle, oh my God, the woman walks on water. And I seriously don't get it how she does it all. And in the middle of the lunchroom when she has to literally close the clinic so that, she can assist one particular child who has special needs and open it up again, and there's a line waiting for all of their medications depending on whatever they are. One of the other things that one of the parents mentioned was that if a teacher doesn't feel qualified to administer medication, and I'm not certain, we've done it up until this year, but anytime we went on a field trip, there had to be one teacher in the group that took care of all of the medications that came with that group. And as the 5th grade team leader, I always took it upon myself to take that training. And I mean, yes, can I administer an EpiPen? Absolutely. Can I help a child who's having a seizure? I feel pretty confident about it, but that's pretty much the extent of it. and knowing what to do afterwards. And that's the critical juncture as well. What to do to get the help that's needed for those children. And I felt, at least at my school, and with the teachers with whom I taught, that they would go out of their way to help children in any way, shape, or form, and to keep those children as safe as possible. I'm not certain. I mean, telling Susie or Johnny, go to the clinic right now. It's 15 minutes before PE because you need to take your inhaler, and you're not going to PE unless you've had your inhaler. I mean, simple routines like that we've all gotten into at some point in time or another. I'm not a licensed medical professional. I would never claim that I could replace one. But there's some assurance knowing that people are going to be looking out for the children. Teachers.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Mr. Davis, like you said you were down to 3. When you get right down to it, when you started, you said you had gone from 29 cuts to 7. How did you decide what was the criteria for the ones who are not going to keep that second LPN or whatever?
It goes back and through the chairs based on student assistance and needs, and we have students with multiple, could be attached through their IEP, through their 504, through a disability, through in order to provide that accommodation. I'll give you an example. We ended up adding 2 back to Ridgeview High School. They have a number of low incidence units in that school. And we have a number of, we have an LPN that's attached to 1 or 2 students in that school. So we wanted to make sure we went through the process of having one allocation that went all the way back to determine the actual needs based on kids and based on programs at each school.
Okay, so by the parents from Patterson coming, you compared that to the needs at some other schools and decided that their need was greater than what you had seen in the past at Patterson?
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, the needs didn't warrant an additional RN or LPN at that school compared to the actual needs of the learner. It's about the needs of the learner. So looking at school to school, you got to go all the way down to the student, determine what actual needs are within the schools. And can I say one more thing? This document will be fluid, like I said, with the needs of the kids. And just because we give a basic allocation of 28 teachers per that allocation per school, if the school is continuing to offer all of the programs they promise the community they're going to offer, and they're meeting class size, and they have 1 or 2 allocations left over, they have that ability to hire if they decide they want to hire a nurse within that basic allocation, or hire that additional teacher if they need to be. So we build a model based on the class size as it relates to, K3 18, 4, 8 would be 22, and high school 25. So it comes to a part where they're meeting class size and they're protecting everything as it relates to school improvement and also their program. They have that ability to come back and say, I have 1 or 2 allocations additionally that you gave me, and I'll be able to change that to the position they need. And also the proposed allocations, bless you, they change every month. I mean, allocations come to the board all the time. I can tell you, Miss Dixon, Miss Lee will push me, and and principals will push me to make sure. Sorry, I call you Miss Lee right now. My chillin' chats are going to start again next month. You're invited. You're going to give my introduction, but. It comes every month, and you'll see there's one on this month, to talk about the needs of schools, and we're going to do everything that we can to provide the necessary services every single day to students in Clay County.
Any further discussion? I know there's further discussion, but would you like to move on more with the nurses? Ms. Gilhousen?
I know everybody's waiting on me to say something.
You're a nurse. I've been waiting for the nurse down on the end to say something.
As a nurse, I know the pain of being overworked and not having enough nurses per patient ratio can be one of the most stressful things as a nurse. It can be oftentimes the thing that makes or breaks a nurse. It can oftentimes be the thing that burns a nurse out really quick. So my concern here is obviously for the safety of our students, but also for the sanity of our nurses. You know, I as a parent, I know obviously the ideal thing is that we've got our kid in eye line sight and you know they're okay. And I feel with you guys worrying about your children when they're not with you and making sure that they're getting the medication appropriately and somebody's watching them when you're not. And you know, there is so much assurance when you know that the person who's in charge of their medication and their medical care while they're at school holds a license that comes with a lot of training and a lot of experience to back that up. So, you know, that's my 2 cents worth. I understand the numbers. I get that. And it's a tough decision. And again, I'm drawn back to equity. And like you're saying, if the medical needs, I guess, don't warrant it, then it's not fair to give a nurse to Patterson and not to Tynes or Oakleaf, or, you know, those children have every bit as much need as, you know, they do, and every bit as much right to good medical care. So these are hard decisions. I've wrestled and wrestled with this allocation package, lots of sleepless nights and phone calls and emails, and I know we all have. Because like you said, at the end of the day, this is a people business. And if we can shift the discussion away from nurses, I'd like to talk about my visit at Shadowlawn. Those kids wrecked me. And I'm going to try really hard not to cry. They are such a special population, and the nurses or the teachers there, what they accomplish with these students is phenomenal.
Explain to the crowd what room you're talking about.
I'm sorry, it's the language impaired class at
Self-contained.
Self-contained language impaired class at Shadowlawn Elementary. To be able to take language and reading and what they call decoding and teach it to children who can't learn auditory and can't learn the way that you know, your gen ed population can, they make these lessons tactile. If you can imagine making language tactile, it's phenomenal. You know, I sat with 2 students, one who had been with them from the early years, I want to say kindergarten or first grade, and one who didn't come to them until 4th grade. And she missed that window when language is developing. And the drastic difference between those 2 students was astounding. And to take away an allocation from that program and potentially cripple a child who needs those services, I won't sleep at night if we do that. I really won't. This is one of those things that I just feel like you say, Ms. Studdard, in your heart, you have to go with your gut. And in my heart of hearts, I can't be okay with that. So if there's something I'm going to fight for, it's going to be those children, and it's going to be that program. That's my beef, I guess, tonight.
So I too went to visit at Shadowlawn. I haven't been this year to the unit at Keystone Elementary. I will, but I haven't been this year. I've been in the past, and I'm not impartial on this. For privacy's sake, I don't share a whole lot about my family, but I have a child who has an IEP, has some multiple learning challenges. His brain doesn't work the same way that other students' brains work. He has an auditory processing disorder, a sensory processing disorder, but a gifted IQ. So he fell through that gap, and it took me from 1st grade to 6th grade to get his IEP. And I haven't shared that, and that's a lot. There's a lot behind why I ran for school board. And he's now a senior, and he's doing fine. And he's going to graduate with his peers, and he's going to college to pursue his dreams. But there's not a day that I don't wonder what could have been had we not missed the gap. Because I remember sitting with a sixth grader whose head is like this and saying, "Mom, I'm learning my times tables for the third time, and all the other kids in my math class make fun of me." He's been in inclusion classes. He's been in push in and pull out, and we have pull out actually today as a senior. He can advocate for himself. He does advocate for himself. He will tell you when he needs to take a test in a small group. He will say to a teacher, "I have too many distractions. I can't finish my test because all the other kids are finished and they have senioritis." And so that's probably more about my family that I wanted to share. Hopefully at 10:29 they're all asleep. But I say that to say I am not impartial about this, because if I had my druthers, we wouldn't cut any of the language impaired. In fact, we would add, because I don't know how effective I have been in that classroom in Keystone. The teachers that teach these K through 6 or K through 5 at Poe, I don't know what the breakout is at Montclair. I think they have 2 units. But I don't know how effective you are when you have a student in the same room, because little ones are enamored with big ones. And so if you're watching the big one, and I can imagine my child doing this distractibility, the teacher's trying to talk and they're watching. However, I'm not the expert. And I had to learn a whole lot about ESE. I had to learn a whole lot about the IEP process. I had to learn a lot about advocating for my kid. But I'm not an expert, and I don't know the best way. And I do understand that there is a philosophy, and I know you and I have talked about these things. There is a philosophy, and I heard you at the Listen and Learns about not holding back and not restricting these kids from where they can be as well by having them in the self-contained units. So I don't know the right answer. It just seems to me that what the dad said that spoke to us Monday night, and I don't recall his name and it's not important, but when he talked about the other students making fun of the students, I can imagine a student not answering questions and then just shutting down because they feel like they can't succeed. And I've seen that in my own home, and I'm sure that I felt it with him. The other question that I did have, and I didn't, I looked, and I could not find a job description for the support facilitator for Lakeside Junior High, I think it was. And so I didn't know if we could approve I don't know if Mr. Broski knows of where I didn't look, but if I could find one where I didn't look, but I searched it and I didn't find a job description, so I didn't know if we could approve an allocation for a job description we don't have.
What's a support facility?
Do you know if we have a job description for that?
Yeah, I would say through the chair, sorry, we should have one. We have many support facilitators within this organization, and what a support facilitator does is one that goes and works for the general education teacher to assist kids who are in the general education classroom who may need additional assistance based on their cognitive disability. So these are individuals who may participate in a blended model of push-ins and push-outs, and they do great work within our schools. And I'll wait till my turn to speak on this one, unless you're ready.
No, I'm sure we're going to have much more conversation and stuff.
I was there today as well. And I think it all came down, I'm sorry, I can't remember your last name off the top of my head, in the middle. In your classroom today, yes. When the young man came over and he said, "I get it." Do you remember? And he spelled the word and he said the word. And we were talking about a 4th grader, and we're talking about a 3-letter word. And you're assuming, I understand the numbers, I get it, I understand it. However, one of my greatest frustrations in this entire situation is the fact that we have to wait until October or whenever to determine if we're going to have enough numbers in order to make certain that we have the push-in for this particular person or for an additional teacher, or we have to go through, as regular ed teachers, through the entire MTSS process, which takes weeks, months, and sometimes years to determine if a child is actually going to be served and how we're going to serve them. Greatest frustrations. It's getting late, I apologize. But that was it.
Mrs. Studdard, did you have?
I feel like a slouch. I didn't get to go. My daughter.
You could tell us plenty about nurses this week.
I have spent. But I'm going to tell y'all something. My oldest daughter, when she was 4, got rheumatoid arthritis, JRA, and we've had. It was not learning disability, but physical disability. So I know what it's like to deal with a child needing some special needs. And I do apologize for not being able to get to y'all's classes, but I've been at Mayo for 7 days and 7 nights. And I'm just glad I'm here tonight. Believe it or not, I'm glad I'm here. I'm listening to what you three said. Being a board member is just a tough job. Someone told me one time that being a county commissioner was so much easier. A guy that used to be on the school board that went on to the county commission said being on the county commission is a lot easier. You're dealing with kids and moms and dads. And he said, you get over there and you're talking about roads, and nobody cares about ditches and roads and stuff, and they don't get even all emotional. And I've often thought of that because this is a tough job. We listen to our staff, and they're trying to cut money. We're trying to save some money and get the reserve built up, and I get that. But on the other hand, we're dealing with kids, and we want all our kids to get the best they can. We want to keep them safe. We want them to be cool on buses. We just, we want to do everything for everybody, and so you just almost have to pick and choose. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, gosh, I just wish we didn't have to cut any of these things. I'd just like to just keep it like it was, but where are we going to get the money then? So, I've been so impressed by the students that came from Ridgeview High. My gosh, you could, some people you're around, you just know they've got it. And I'm sitting here thinking, where in the world can we cut? We're because we're dealing with our heart too. With these kids, and the passion from these teachers who came up and spoke to us, and then the three of you who actually went over. I don't know, as far as this part of it, that's tough, but I guess we need to go on to another area. I don't know.
Would you like me to bring up?
I'd like to speak.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you gonna talk?
I'm going to talk. I certainly am. I think when we talk about our children, the mama bear comes out in all of us, and as you've all said tonight, and Betsy, my adopted son Jamel also had a learning disability, and I learned about IEPs and extended time and books on tape and the butterfly out the window distracting him, and he'd need to be sitting in an area, and it was a challenge for him, especially since Michael and Dave were both gifted, so it was a little bit hard. And the things that are important, like Carol, I don't want to cut anything. I see the value of our nurses. I know what it's like, and I've read the emails from Patterson elementary parents. There's a child with a heart condition. There's a child with seizures. There's diabetics. There's so many things that LPN would make a big difference with the RN. I greatly believe that the technology resource should be at all our schools. What our kids are being exposed to and having to learn, it needs to be there. And the media specialists at the high schools, that's the thing that I feel is greatly important too. And I've been in there as a volunteer. I know what they do. There's no way one media specialist can do everything. And if we cut that, then the enhanced services that our students get are going to be cut also. They're not going to get the additional programs that they get there. They're not going to have a media specialist to be able to go into a class to teach while there's one in the media center teaching, and they rely greatly on their volunteers. And I read your model of having a student intern, and I think it's extremely creative. And you know, I do want to take a moment and just compliment staff and the superintendent on what you've done. You know, we sit up here and we instruct him to get us up to 4%, and we instruct him to make cuts and, you know, cut this, and this, but just don't tell us who, what, and where, because we want everybody to have everything, because we believe in it. And then they bring an allocation package to us, and we boo-hoo it, and he comes back with changes. He compromised. He listened to everybody the other night. We had 27 speakers. Mr. Davis was taking notes, and the next day we got positions back. I mean, you're doing everything right. You're doing what we're telling you to do, and then we're boo-hooing it, and we're complaining about it, and you are trying your best. And unfortunately, we have to give him direction. We can't just sit here and say, we want this back, this back, this back, and this back. We have to tell him where he's going to make these cuts. We have to give him something. We can't just say, you're not cutting anything, and then say, why aren't we at 4%? We can't. We're not being fair to him. And as much as I want all our nurses and all our media specialists and all our technical resource classes back, and I want the 3 self-contained classes, I do. We're not being fair. We've got to help. We've got to work with him, and we're on a time crunch too. I mean, we've got to. What was the backup? They have to reappointments are April 15th. Something about April 1st. Do you remember the timeline?
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. The approval tonight would allow us and staff to go through the entire system to make sure that we have allocations for every school. So then the school can start really talking about, through their shared decision, shared governance staff, and determining what their actual needs are, so that we can get to a point by April 1st, I believe we'd have a sound date, and then, because I think by April 15th, it has to, everything be approved. Is that right, Mr. Broski?
Reappointments would occur at the April board meeting, because jobs get posted by April 15th.
Yeah. And can I say something, Ms. Garrett?
I did have some more comments as well.
I had a question.
Go ahead.
I want to talk with you, Mr.
All right.
Go ahead,
Just let
Betsy.
me
You
say
were-
one more thing.
Yeah.
As I said, the media specialist at the high school is extremely important to me, and I believe we need to keep 2. I honestly believe we need 2. If there's absolutely no way that we can have 2, then they have to have a media tech. I mean, you cannot expect one person to do everything they have to do. But my goal would be, my wish would be to keep 2.
I would have to agree with you on that. In looking at, I went to Ridgeview this week, Ridgeview High, and just walked in. There happened to be 2 IB classes in there. There was a line of students trying to check out books. Neither media tech was really available to talk with me. The teachers came over to talk with me because the media techs were out working with the kids. When one of them finally came around to, media specialist, I apologize. When one of the media specialists finally came around to help the kids as they were checking out, I'm listening to Ms. Miller saying things like, oh my gosh, you're going to love this book, but don't expect the ending, because the ending is going to be really different. And meanwhile, students are talking about the research that they're doing. They've got this hands-on stuff going on, and it's like a 3-ring circus. That was the first class. Then it was a time change. They all packed up their backpacks, they left, and another 2 classes came in, and I was just sitting there going, how is one person going to handle this? And the young lady who spoke, who is the intern, I think she nailed it, because she said, look, I do whatever I can to help, but I don't know if it can be 2 specialists. Obviously, that would be my choice.
Mine too.
If there has to be a way to save money, then a tech definitely. And I know that, I know. The media specialists are unique in the fact that we have two. I understand that. But darn, we're a pretty darn good county, and we have an exceptionally good school system. But I don't know how you're going to save the money from that. That's, well.
I think we asked once already, and I don't remember your answer, if we allowed the principal to forgo another position to keep the two media specialists, can they do that?
Yes, if they meet class size. So if a high school meets class size, it protects all the pathways that we've had historically, then I would have no problem with them making that availability to keep that second specialist. That's if they meet all those criterions.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like job protection to me. It seems like that
It's
could go out the window real
It will
quick.
be difficult to do.
Right.
May I say
But it
something?
could be done if it's all about, yes, ma'am.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Stutter.
Go ahead.
Go about master scheduling.
No, you go ahead.
I'll go.
All right.
So I'm just gonna read the comments that I wrote down. I want to thank every person who emailed, called, came and spoke at our meetings, invited us to come. I didn't make it out to all the invitations. I will. It may take me to the end of the school year or into next year, but I appreciate you reaching out. I do want to be cognizant that we don't just give because somebody had the time to come and speak or had the time to write. We have 5,000 employees, and I know they all have really busy private lives as well as their professional life, and we value all of them, and not everyone can come and speak or can. And I know some of you are going, yeah, but I took the time to write you, and we appreciate that. And I did want to say thank you to that. Mr. Davis made comments about bringing equity to our district because in the past, if you were a good negotiator or you had a really good relationship or those kinds of, or you were willing to step out on a limb, that we did have some inequity in allocations in our schools. So I do appreciate you trying to bring that back. And I appreciated the formula. I think Ms. Gilhausen said she did as well. And we had never seen a formula before. We had talked about that at our workshop, and that from a starting point, that we appreciated that. Obviously, you've been willing to adjust that formula. You and I had a conversation a few days ago. I don't remember what day it was. One of the times I'm challenging you on some of these things, and I asked you, do you believe in it? And obviously, you wouldn't have brought it if you didn't believe in it, but I needed to hear you say yes and tell me why you did. That was important. I thought a lot about, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, Dr. Kemp, but I thought a lot about his comments at our first workshop about having all we need to operate schools and how it's all so much more than the people. And I was the board member that Mr. Davis commented on our last workshop, where I was the one who said I don't like taking anything out of classrooms, and I still stand by that. You've never heard a grown-up say that thing in my school made a difference in my life, but you hear it a lot. That teacher, that custodian, they love the custodians, the cafeteria workers. It's a person in the schools that makes a difference that people still talk about. We've talked about getting kids out of portables, and I would challenge that portables aren't always such a bad thing. And it didn't take me long to walk through the field at Fleming Island Elementary School and see where all the portables used to be, when all the families that live in Eagle Harbor had small children that went to elementary school, but they grew up, and those people didn't leave. They love their neighborhood, but they don't have small children anymore. So I remember when Fleming Island Elementary had as many students as Plantation Oaks Elementary, and now they're a smaller school. So we were able to move those resources. It would be terrible if we were stuck with a big brick and mortar building and having to talk about closing a school because we didn't have the space. It was nice that you all were able to do the portable consolidation that you did do so we can build elementary Y. So I think I thought about a lot of those things. From the technology aspect, I think that when you talked about the whole child and the need for art, music,
media, PE. I'm not sure when Ms. Paiva said sometimes we pick and choose which statutes we follow. It's been not, your administration would not be the first that I've challenged on if we actually meet the state statute on the PE requirement in elementary school. And I guess I would say, and this goes to the resource teachers overall and the classroom teachers, and one of the things that I said to Mr. Davis on the phone is, can the classroom teachers do it? Yes. But not as many can do it as, I mean, there's a certain side of your brain that has to work with computer science, and not everyone's does, and that's the same with any subject, I'm sure. But when I said to Mr. Davis, I don't want to put more and more and more on our classroom teachers. They're trying to meet these standards for FSA. They are trying to make sure they meet their VAM score, even until we hopefully can get it to go away through the legislature. But then we get into high school, and computer science, some of the computer classes meet the fine art requirement. And then, did I say that right? Fine art. It's late, sorry. Fine art. But some of the computer classes meet the fine art requirement. You can do digital design. You can do, I'm going blank on the term that I'm trying to think of, but there's art, and I think our teacher from elementary tonight, technology teacher, talked about art on the computer. Code is just critical for these kids coming up. If you went to the NEMSI, I don't know how many other board members went to the, I just don't remember how many of you went to the NEMSI presentation at Oakleaf High School last spring, I believe it was, when we got the grant for all of the AP money that we were given. But the speaker, one of the speakers from the STEM Hub that spoke at that talked about the need for our students, and especially our girls, to be learning how to code, and that it's going to be critical that our nation is facing a critical shortage of people who know how to do these things on the computers. And I even struggle with how will they be able to take their FSA, because they of just how many computer skills come into it, and the fact that we had students this week, junior high students, take FSA rights and talk about, they spent their first hour diagramming out their writing, and then they had to type it, and so they spent their second hour typing it. So clearly those are, while we don't want to push that we teach keyboarding, it's essential, and keyboarding is essential in our society. I did not know all the things that high school media specialists do. I appreciate the education on that. I had a gap there. I didn't have enough appreciation, so I thank you for that education. I do think sometimes issues come up within our schools, and we solve them a certain way because that's how we're set up. And I do appreciate Mr. Davis's challenge and your senior staff's challenge to solve things a different way. And I hope that my next comment is not offensive to you, because I do not mean it to be offensive. But at our last workshop, someone said something about you being from another county and your experience. And I would say that's what the majority of the citizens in our county voted for. They voted for someone from a different county. They wanted a different experience. So now they're surprised that you're bringing a different view. And that was just striking to me. I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I just mean that to say that you've never made any illusions about your experience, and to my knowledge, you never said you would always do things the way we've done them in the past. I do think you were pushed for time, and so I think that more stakeholder engagement and involvement would have made this a little bit more appetizing. I was the board member who asked how people found out about this. There was a whole lot of people who found out by reading a piece of paper or getting a text message, or we got the email about the woman in Home Depot, and she found out in the Home Depot checkout line that she wasn't going to have a position. I think Mr. Trahan, you spoke about people, And I think that people are critical in having that communication. And I know that that's not something new to you, Mr. Davis. You and I've had that conversation a lot. It matters to me a lot how people find out things. Not that I don't want to advocate for things we need, but I do appreciate that we need to make cuts. But I think how we make them is critical. And then my only other concern back to the resource is, and it was mentioned tonight, but I had it written down also, is the sizes of the groups and the classrooms that we're putting them in, that we can accommodate. Because I know, I don't know for sure, but I'm thinking that if we pulled out regular classrooms out of our portables, we may be meeting some of our resource needs with our portables or not. I don't know, but it just struck me as that could be an issue. And then,
Are you talking about the art and music with the
yes,
resource?
yes, yeah. So like if you have, I think the one teacher said tonight she has 30 computers, if they're all working. So if she had 35 kids, that would be, and so that is my only other comment on that.
So any suggestions on what we're going to help Mr. Davis with here, as far as we're all saying we want. So what are we going to allow to be cut?
May I ask a question?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let me just ask this one question. On this greatest sheet we got today, there's 10 additions to the teacher of instructional technology.
Right.
So how many refresh my memory, how many elementary schools do we have that won't have instructional technology teacher?
Yeah, through the chair. So only 19 schools had technology, and not ever 19 out of the 41. And we talk about elementary, 19 out of the 26. So of this, 3 had generated the allocation to keep theirs, which left us with 16. And then we get to a point where, after looking at additional funding sources, that we could protect 6 schools through who are Title I schools for a basic allocation teacher. And then we revisited the allocation model for resources to make sure that we don't have kids that are over, the 24, the 23, the class size, because we would never have 30 computers and then put 35 kids in that class.
Right.
It's not going to happen. So, but all that to say is that we ended up with 5 schools eliminating the technology, and those 5 schools didn't generate another resource. And we would, at the end of the day, I believe technology should be infused everywhere, but we don't even have the infrastructure to ongoingly support it. Our teachers are doing great things, but after talking to principals, we have 19 variations in reference to what these teachers are doing within our schools.
Really?
That means that this hasn't been district-driven, supported. Teachers are doing a fabulous job. Now, and I will tell you, I've been in core content classes. I haven't been into a IT job, but we have some that are problem-solving with equipment. We have some are doing robotics. We have some are doing code. We have some that are doing a blended model. We have some that are doing some great things with teaching kids how to develop PowerPoint. So I believe in holistically, but I just can't get to a point where we think it's truly important. We don't have the equipment or infrastructure to do it, but we don't have the allocation of revenue to do it. We have so many other things going on. And I believe developing the whole child, that art, music, PE, and music are so greatly important. Not the technology, but I have an 11-year-old. My 11-year-old kid does not have a technology teacher in her school, but she can build a PowerPoint and learn how to embed videos and learn how to put on music and do so many things. They're digital natives. We are in these kids. We got to give them credit, and we got to give credit for what teachers are doing as well. But from a financial standpoint, it leaves us with 5. And all these teachers have, certifications, and we have, 250 positions that we hire every year. So they would have the opportunity through attrition maybe to go back to the technology class with some of the schools that at the end of the year, but have that option of going to another classroom.
That's what I was trying to see, is just kind of where we're cutting. Now, I'm going to say something that I probably wish I hadn't. When you first brought up taking 2 media specialists to 1, I thought, oh, the honeymoon is over. But you brought out something that I had not realized, that we had what was it, six?
Seven.
7 elementary schools that did not have a media specialist. That shocked me. And I thought, ooh, and here we are always talking about equity and providing for all the kids. So that's kind of been, we've all had some sleepless nights over this, because I'm very fond of some of our media specialists in the high school. I think a whole lot of them. I think they do a wonderful job. I mean, I was so impressed tonight with these kids that came from Ridgeview. I thought, dear goodness, I mean, it's just amazing to me what they're doing, and then I'm thinking, well, I don't want to cut that, but then I know we've got to find, we need to get a handle on this budget. But I thought, but here we're sitting with elementary schools that don't have a media specialist at all. Is that fair? Is that equitable? It's not. And I think I talked to Mr. Davis right before the meeting started tonight, and I said, this is not going to be fun. I don't want to. My preference would be to, let's look at this through attrition. We've done that a few times over the past years. We'd say, well, attrition, we'll kind of do it. But, you don't know how many years that's going to drag out with attrition, just not replacing them when one retires. A lot of ours are, there's some that'll be retiring, but there's some that are young. So that's really not being smart with the budget. But the comforting thing is that everybody would have a job. Nobody's going to be without a job. It's just that when they have grown to love the secondary and what goes on there, it'll be a whole new ball game to go to an elementary school. But I would insist, though, that in the high school setting, if this board did decide to move those to the elementary so that every elementary would be done, we've got to have a second person of some kind in that media center. We can't I just don't see how one person could do that. And I don't know what you would call them. I don't know if you would want to call them a media tech or what, but we need a second person in there to help. From the way you described it, Ms. Bola,
What would the cost savings?
I don't know if we're going to wind up saving any money. We have just talked ourselves right back out of everything, but yet we're going to say to him, we want our fund balance up. So
Well, can I just
we're
interject?
putting him in a horrible situation.
Real quick, keep in mind we haven't looked at the administrative allocation package yet.
But that's a very small, but when and we've always tried to rely on that, but when you look at the numbers, there's so little you can do to get any big numbers off of administrators.
Well, I understand that, but let me tell you, just if I can be blunt for a second, my frustration with this package was it blindsided me in that we approved some additional administrative allocations for your staff a couple months ago. And now we're going to go and cut at the school level. And I didn't see that on the horizon. So that is my frustration with this package. I think it sends the wrong message to our folks that we care more about our district administrative positions than we do about the people that are touching kids every day. And
I have to say something. I don't agree with that at all. I think that's not an accurate statement, because when Mr. Davis came in and wanted to bring in and make these changes, we went ahead as a board and we agreed to give him those allocations for 6 months, and all those administrators on assignments will go away as of this next fiscal year. We did that to help him reorganize. So we didn't do that to say that we think more of the administration than the teachers, because I think everybody knows we care. We do. You know that. We didn't do it for that reason. We did it just to kind of, give him the tools that he needed, and those positions will go away. And the deputy superintendent position that he had has now become chief of staff. The person that was in the assistant superintendent for facilities is now Mr. Kemp. Yeah, operations. And so those positions have been filled, and we gave it for the 6 months, which was half a year. It wasn't the full year allocation. So, we were giving him the tools that he needed to make these changes. And, I'm not taking one side over the other, but that's how I looked at it when we gave those positions.
But there are additional administration changes in these allocations as well.
Yeah, and
it sort of has that feeling of being top-heavy.
Be like Edna said.
And through the chair, I
Well,
respectfully.
Or the 0.5 but rounding up. I mean, that's.
Yes, and through the chair, I will say that I respectfully disagree. Everybody on this board has been up to speed on every single step of the way. I over-communicate, and no one ever says that administration is ever more important to teachers. But I will tell you, we are not top-heavy. But my job was to come here and put systems and processes in place. Because let me remind you, this organization, and this is inclusive of past leadership, some current leadership, and board as well, has not made some decisions financially that along the way. So my job is to help put that in place and to create accountability, everybody on this board and myself. So me bringing in individuals, which was a 5-0 vote, was to bring individuals who understand the work and who can drive the work. And I can tell you, in 14 weeks, we've done some great work alongside teachers. And I am, it's not about cutting. I mean, everyone feels bad about making adjustments. But I can tell you, me and Ms. Dixon are going to be at the table to talk about negotiating. Me and Ms. Paiva, today Ms. Lee, are going to be at the table talking about negotiating. I can't do it if you're telling me to put this back, put that back, add this, or not at 4%. By the way, you have these many people on administrative assignments. It's not going to happen. So what we have to do is think as 37,000 students, think about 41 schools, don't think about one position at a school, and let me paint the big picture, and let me take you along the way to see where the big picture takes us so I can improve the school system. I am committed more and over again to make great things happen. I work fast. I don't disagree with that. It is a seatbelt, chin strap, let's go to work. But everything that I do and put in place is going to improve this system. I promise you that.
I think what's hard for me and hard for the phone calls that I get, and I've said some of this to you on our phone conversations, is Ms. Paiva's comments about we're a family in Clay County. So many of our staff have worked here for either their whole career or 20 years, and when you run for office, you quickly find out who's related to who and who used to be related to who and who used to be married to who used to be married to his cousin, and they all do. And so I think what's difficult is when you are talking to somebody who's upset that they found out their position isn't allocated again, and then you hear through rumors, and I told you they were rumors, that 2 Duval principals announced to their staffs they're coming to Clay County. And then I think about, wow, I didn't realize that we had openings. And you asked me who those were. I don't know. I'm not in the rumor mill, clearly. I mean, I usually find out things on Channel 4 News at night. But so that's where the heartburn comes in, is when you have people calling you going, you're elected and you're the next one up for election, and if you don't vote for me to have this position, then I'll remember that. And I know you will, and you should as your voters. But then, when we have the conversations with you, you say, trust us, trust me. And that's where it gets hard, because Mr. Trahan obviously had to leave. He has an early high school in the morning, but it's hard to have the relationships with people that we know. When you go in the grocery store, to Ms. Karakis's comments, you can't go down the grocery store aisle because, and actually I know of one citizen who one principal who changed the grocery store she shops at because of seeing people that are near where she works. And so those are where the frustration comes up. That's where the rubber meets the road. That's really hard for us. Well, I won't speak for the rest of you, but that's why it's hard for me, is when you start hearing of the rumors and it feels like our people aren't being given a chance to prove themselves, that Clay people who've lived in Clay, worked in Clay, been committed to Clay, all of a sudden are
at the twilight of their career or not at the twilight of their career, but having to be faced with going to another district because of a formula that they don't know about, and so that's where the difficulty comes in. And I'm not saying that you have done anything wrong in that communication. Like I said earlier, I think that I will agree with Ms. Skillhausen. I was blindsided. I was not expecting this much this soon. I thought you would make changes, and that's not an issue. I will say though about the administrative ads, we took away 5 and added 7 or 8 because when we added the next one at the next board meeting, so it's up to 8. And I know they came from other positions, and this we could move this here, and this position's open, and we're not filling this one. But when we then, and it's not an allocation discussion, it's then when the superintendent came back with recommendations, I just made the comment several times that it was the appearance of impropriety. That's what it gives to the public. They are concerned. Mr. Cravey mentioned Sunshine. They do wonder. I've had constituents call me and say, how much of this is campaign promise? That feels wrong in education. It just does.
And my comments were not to say that we're top heavy administratively. We haven't looked at the administrative allocations yet. I was just saying it would have been nice to see the whole package at once, and to know where you were headed before we made the decisions back in January.
And you know, it's always been that way the last, I don't know how many years. I was trying to think back when Mr. Wortham was the superintendent. Did we ever get the whole package, or is it always just, you know, first the instruction and the school-based and then the administrative? Because I agree. I'd like to see them all
and public
at once,
perception
too.
matters. Whether or not that's actually what happened,
Right.
it matters how the public perceives it, and it matters how our employees feel about it. And, you know, it just, to them, what I've been hearing is that it felt like you got everything you wanted and now they're losing.
Sure. And through the chair, I respect that as well. I was just following past practice. Past practice was, and I've been informed, to bring teacher and support now and to bring administration later. So I was not trying to, disrupt anyone or put it in 2 different locations. I do believe a number of things have to happen. I think that the teacher evaluations just slide backwards. And I know that's conversation instead of having it in March and April, whatever it is, because administration is the same way. Administrators are annual contract. And, how would I tell an administrator, which I haven't even employed principals to tell staff, because these are potential proposed allocations. So how can you go and say, hey, guess what, you're going to be cut? We don't know that because I'm waiting on direction from the board to figure out what the allocation will be in the model so that they can determine down the road who that is through attrition, who that is through surplus, who that is through voluntarily moving, that's a lot of steps that's got to happen. So when we talk about administratively, I'm trying to figure out who's on first, who's on second, what they do while they're on second base. Are they going backwards or are they going forwards? So for me to bring an allocation plan of what I need, what I don't need as a raised administration at this time, I think that's unjust to admin. So.
Well, we've certainly got a decision to make here, and we need to give the superintendent some direction. Either we approve it, we amend it, what does everybody
I would like
want to do?
to amend at least the allocation at Shadowlawn for the 3rd language impaired class. Looking at their historical data, I don't know if you guys got that email. Historically, after allocations are put out, they usually staff in anywhere from 3 to 6 students in the school year. And while I understand we can shuffle it around when those kids show up, if there's anything that those children need, I think it's consistency. And to try to shuffle classes around and move kids mid-year when they've gotten comfortable with whoever they're with, to me it just seems like a disservice to those kids.
Can I ask you though, then how do you look at the kids at Plantation Oaks where it's K through 5 in one classroom?
I don't think that's acceptable either. If I had it my way, I'm one board member, but something I've talked about with the teachers at Shadowlawn is maybe we move to a centralized program where we have the language.
So you're going to tell a Keystone kid, get on a bus and go an hour and a half on a bus ride because they have to go all the way around each way. That unit used to be at Patterson.
used to be at Patterson. And so what happens? The parents at Oakleaf and in Keystone and in Clay Hill, they're just going to opt to not have their kid in the program. I mean, I'm not trying to play devil's advocate, but I am a little bit, because if we go, that's the downside of going through allocation by allocation and adding back. And you know, and even the sweet Shadowlawn teachers said to me today, "We'll be okay." It's just that we want to, you know, keep the consistency for these kids. You know, I don't know the right answers. And certainly, as I said before, I'm not an education expert, and Mr. Davis and his staff are.
What I have to wonder if some of these decisions can't be made at the school level. Like you're saying, that would be a concern at Keystone. So could we take that into let the school principal take that into consideration when we? These are decisions to me that don't need to be made in a vacuum, and that kind of feels like what we're doing here.
I on the one hand, might agree with you. On the other hand, I will tell you I have firsthand knowledge that that's how we do not have a media specialist at least 2 of our schools that don't have media specialists, because their principals chose to put them back in the classrooms.
And 7 elementary. And through the chair, I think maybe I've done I didn't do a good job explaining the LIs at Shadowlawn. This is a situation where currently you have 7 to 8 students that are leaving to go to the junior high school. So now it's going to leave them between 17 and 18 kids for 3 teachers. And when I went to Montclair yesterday to the LI classrooms, they had 10, 11, 12, 13 kids. I may add, at first grade to third grade, reading fluently in text. So saying when they're reading fluently, some of these kids teachers doing such a great job, they can go be blended into a general education setting. So all that to say, when I go back to look at when you have 17 to 19 kids for 3 teachers, that you can't physically afford that. So it's no different than if I go to a classroom at Poe, and I say Plantation Oaks, and they have 27 to 28 kindergartens, and the classroom's 18, and then when the numbers come in the first 3 or 4 weeks, I've got, or let's just say it's a month and a half, I've got to change teachers, and I got to add a new teacher to that allocation in order to create, downsize the class size to have fluently 18 kids in a class. This is only based on students who, what they generate to have between 9 and 10 kids a class for 2 teachers. You don't need the other teacher. So it's not that we don't care what's happening in the school. They're doing great work. The issue is I can't have a classrooms that are 4 or 5 and say, hey, we know that they potentially could have 6 or 7. If we budgeted on that model, we would be lower than 2%.
Could I ask, I have 2 questions. They don't have anything to do with each other really, except I just have 2 questions. One is that, is that the same, did you alter the model, like for, I'm looking at it right now, that's why I'm looking at my computer and not you, but, so I have up your model, and so EBD, language impaired is 1-to-1 per 10 FTE, and EBD is 1. So did you change all of those, and we just haven't heard from all of those teachers, or?
No, I haven't changed those models at all.
Okay.
Nothing was
I just didn't know if
adjusted.
those other what you called exceptionalities.
Yeah, IDNTs. None of those allocations from the ESE side have changed since my original package.
Okay.
And I want to say that when we released this package, I wanted that package to be presented to principals, and they had days to go back to build their master schedules, to determine what they could actually do in order to bring back and defend what they actually needed. So nothing was done in isolation. After principals were engaged, the next step was to engage the board, and I did that at the review process. And then the next step was to come to have the workshop, and we had that process. So when it comes to this, principals had opportunity to defend what they actually needed based on the allocation. Remember, the basic allocation started at cutting 140 staff members at $5.5 million. And, I can tell you, today she's Miss Lee. Miss Lee was in there when we were problem solving. Miss Paiva, sorry. Miss Lee when I'm in trouble, Miss Paiva today. So when she was in there, when we sat with cabinet senior staff and had all the documentation that principals presented with their data, information, their needs, and we went through every one of those, and we were given positions back based on needs. We looked at what they forecasted, what they could have, so I didn't have to give a position back at the beginning of the year, and I could give it now. Miss Paiva brought so many different values to the conversation that I didn't know about, and we were adding based on her historical knowledge that the principal may have omitted, just trying to really follow a model. So we've had great conversation around this in order to make it sound. I am going to, I promise you, if we have funding left over and there's needs in schools in order to give back to schools to be fluent. Remember, we have class size to deal with. So once we start in the beginning of the year and we get into classes going and we are going to start this great marketing program and rebranding potentially, we're going to have pocket of money for class size to be able to throw at schools to say, hey, this class size is too big. Here's an allocation to do so. Dr. Legecko, right? That's correct. Are you awake? So all that to say.
So my second question.
Okay.
My second question
Hi,
is.
Dr. Legecko.
Wait a minute, it's got to be more than two.
No, I didn't ask more than two. My second question here, I said I had two separate questions. My second question here is that I opened back up the policy that we're advertising tonight on controlled open enrollment. Shadowlawn Elementary has 38 available seats. If Mrs. Neighbors and her sidekick, that we can't remember her name, and I am so sorry. I feel horrible. Miss King, I apologize, Miss King. I will not forget it now.
She's marketing her class.
If they go out and market their program, can they go out and market their program? And I guess it's a two-part second question. Can they go out and market their program, and would that be separate from their 38 open enrollment seats that they have?
So we want every leader to go out and market. I think I challenged Miss Fogarty. She came and asked me. She goes, "I want another teacher," and I said, "You're 17 students away. Go get how many?" I've challenged her, so now she's 13. So, she told me game on, ready to go, and I said, your challenge is here. You get your kids, I give you your teacher, and we're fair to go. And she's taking the initiative to go to work. But absolutely, if we have kids that we're recruiting back, because that brings FTEs and excitement back to our school system, absolutely that allocation will be awarded. Yes, based on
we heard him.
Okay, Mr. McCauley. I want Mr. McCauley up.
To the chair, when it comes to staffing our ESE classrooms, it's a very fluid process because we don't know who's going to become eligible. We don't know where they're going to live, where it would make sense to send them. To Ms. Gilhousen's point, it certainly is possible that all of a sudden they get enough numbers to generate that third classroom. We just don't know that, and as the superintendent said, we can't allocate based on hope in that regard. ESE staffings shouldn't really play much of a role in the open enrollment figures to the extent that it is fluid, and where kids might need to be served is just going to be based on that IEP and what that team decides. So when we talk about ESE allocations, we want to make sure that we have enough people in the classrooms to support the needs of the kids. And I will say that Clay County, probably more than any other district that I've had the honor of supporting, really takes that seriously. And I understand why there's such passion in those classrooms. It makes sense to me now. And so we're going to continue to try to balance that passion and the needs of the kids with what is fiscally responsible.
So on that same note, can I ask you a question? And this has been a question asked of me by multiple employees from different locations. But the rumor mill is strong. And Mr. Davis, you alluded to this earlier, but there is a feeling and a movement across the county that there is an initiative to not staff kids into these kinds of programs, not just the LI,
but that ESE as a whole to move kids, and I know that you spoke at the Listen and Learns about your beliefs on more inclusion and less self-contained. And as I said earlier, I am not an expert except for being a mom in that arena, and you have to learn what you have to learn, but I'm not. Y'all are, and I know there's different philosophies, but could you address that rumor that's out there? Or?
I love addressing rumors. It's what we
Well, you're
do.
the culture guy, so it's important for the culture.
There is not a movement to sort of create barriers to students accessing ESE supports if in fact that's what is required. Based on the procedures that we try to follow and honor in terms of what the kids might need, what the teachers might need by way of tools to meet their needs. When it comes to staffing students, particularly in the self-contained classrooms, I appreciate that you guys have found it to go and visit them and really understand what goes on in the classrooms. That's a big decision to put kids in self-contained. So we want to be very, very mindful when we make that decision that it is in fact the place to best meet the needs of that student, and that any other setting just isn't going to work. We don't go to self-contained straight away. And I don't know historically if that's sort of a decision that's been made here and there, but we need to be very, very careful. I know that Ms. Roth and her staff have been phenomenal in bringing me up to speed. I really respect the work that she's done and directed to that end, but we're not going to go straight to self-contained. We always try it out in the regular classroom, and Mr. Davis has said numerous times that our focus is really going to be on prevention and intervention, so that maybe we never ever get to the place where we identify students for ESE supports if we don't need to. So it was a long way around. I apologize, but those rumors are not true. There you go.
All right. Do we have further discussion? Do we want to give the superintendent direction? Do we want to just vote on the motion that's before us?
I just want to add real quick, I do appreciate the work that your staff has done, and you have done as well, Mr. Davis, and we've been back and forth a lot this week, and I really appreciate you trying to come to some middle ground on all this.
Where are we with the final, what does this allocation package save us?
I think it's going to, through the chair, I think it's going to be around, and I'm going to give you a number, between 2.8 and maybe $3 million. Am I wrong? True, not true? Okay, then.
Not true.
$1
$1.8.
After you've added a whole bunch back in your compromise.
No wonder Dr. Legucco's not happy.
What did Ms. Lee say? I don't know the actual number. It's
about $1 million.
Yeah, so I mean,
look at all that he added back.
well, my understand. So that would be that would be media techs going back to junior high school. That would be media specialists in high school. The second one going to elementary. Adding the media techs to a second. Adding media techs to high schools, and eliminating 3 LPN positions and 5 technology positions.
Let me interrupt you for a minute, though. Is it on here already saying adding media techs to high schools?
No, ma'am. You'd have to.
So
Yes, ma'am. That's.
So that's
It just
not
added them to
calculated in the $1 million.
It put it to the junior high, so that would take more money away. So I was just thinking, we beat ourselves to death, and we're not going to save a bunch of money because we've not really done a lot.
A lot of money. A lot of money.
But
So we would have to.
where are we going to find the money?
We would have to.
Do a bake sale.
So on the backup right now, is it the allocation package with all of this back in?
It's
not.
the allocation package with that.
These amendments.
With these amendments.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So we would need 2 amendments then. We would need to do one to accept the superintendent's recommendation with these amendments, and the other would be to amend and add media text to all high schools. Mr. Broski's looking at me.
If I may, what you're doing is you want to amend the motion. There's already a motion that's out there to accept it, that with the amendments that he's posted there. As I'm understanding, there's additional amendments. So what you do is you file a motion to amend the motion to include the additional changes with a second. Then you vote on that. Then you vote on the primary. So you vote on the first motion to amend.
My other question is, so what we're just talking about now, of adding media text back, along with all of this, that can be one amendment?
Yeah, you do amended. You do a motion to amend that to include that.
Okay.
And then you vote on that. Then you vote on the
Vote
first
on the
motion.
Okay, very good.
But, oh, I have a headache.
So if
I don't know about them. I mean, so media techs in the high school media centers and you high school media specialists that are I mean, I get it. But if we go and add to them, we're not adding to anything else. Oh, yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, then we shouldn't take away from them, because we're talking high schools that have 2,300 students.
No, I know. I just feel like
We should leave just 2 media specialists there, which is even less savings.
You're not going to save
Right.
any money at all.
I know. This is one of the hardest things that we have to do when it comes to.
And it's hard because I went to a baseball game at Orange Park Junior High and I walked in the bathroom and there's not a toilet paper holder for the toilet paper. So it's flying all over and so I get it that we have needs. I mean, somebody said tonight we need a facelift on our one of them.
Next year, when you bring this to us, let's do a workshop followed by a special meeting so that all we talk about are allocations. And we won't be here at midnight and have all these people sitting here at midnight or 11:30 at
I
night.
have to get up early.
Exactly. But we have to make a decision. We have to give them direction. We can't just sit here and go back and
Now, are
forth.
the-
We've gone back and forth so many times now.
With this, it's got the cuts for the nurses down to
3.
3. Is that?
But let's remember, like he said, it's fluid, and
If-
so
if-
when the year starts, if we see that, Patterson really does need an LPN back, or one of the other schools, that's when he brings the proposed allocation changes to us, and based on the number of kids that are there that have health needs, it can be added back at that time. Same thing with the self-contained class. If they're losing 7 to go to junior high and they get 12, well, of course, we're going to have to add another back. But we know the high schools are going to have 2,300 students next year. There's no give and take, probably more, true. And that's just Fleming Island. I know the others are just as big, so we've got to give something. We've got to give something. If we can't have 2 media specialists, we have to have a specialist and a tech. And I know my heart's not in that, because I believe we need the 2 media specialists. But this is hard, and I'm trying to compromise as best I can. And Mr. Davis and staff, again, you have come back with us. You've worked with us. You thought you had $2 million, $3 million in savings, and it turns out it's $1 million, because you've given us 2 pages worth of stuff back. And this is a lot of work on your staff. And I know Mr. McCauley started out with hair. He's been pulling his hair out.
I don't even know if he's awake.
So
I'm not even sure we've got 1 million in.
I would
cuts
recommend
here.
that we approve the superintendent's allocation with the amendments, with the addition of adding media techs at all the high schools.
So you need a motion and a second.
Correct. So this is me thinking. So someone needs to amend the motion.
But in the language impaired class that they were talking about.
No.
Well, I think that can be added back
Are you going to just?
in the fall if it's necessary.
I think I'm the only one that's interested in that, so I can
Yeah,
see
we
to-
are
Not
all
that we're not
interested in it,
interested.
but
We
it's-
all
it's-
can.
No, I didn't mean to sound it that way, but in actually doing it, I think I'm the only one who would want to actually add that allocation back. So that's what I was saying.
With
Oh,
the
I
hope
thought that
well,
they did.
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean,
thought
at the end of the day, I got a pit in my stomach because it's cutting teachers, it's cutting people who touch kids, and we haven't seen allocations. And I just,
Well, from the discussion after listening to 3 of y'all, I thought, well, y'all are in that back.
Mary just said no, and I think from what Betsy said, she feels like it's not fair because of Keystone, so.
No,
no, all I was saying is that
Yeah, and it's not no. It's
if we could really
Mr. McCauley assured
No,
us
I understand.
that
Listen, I
if
get the
the-
numbers.
you're talking about a fluid situation.
Yes. And so if the enrollment in August, and they have enough students where they can warrant the third, then Mr.
But the
Davis
problem,
will give it back.
and the problem is that we won't know if we have enough students to warrant the third until well into the school year, because they'll have to go through the MTSS program, which is
And then you've
long
lost
and
your super
drawn out.
experienced teacher
You've lost your,
Yeah.
yeah, that's,
The
I mean,
teacher who's
so
been with
it's
them for
not a
years.
no, but I thought that was sort
Yeah,
of.
but
So if
already
if
assumed.
that happened, are these the three for those three classes?
No, there's one other teacher
Stasiak is a
that's with them.
So
Miss
one of
Stasiak's
them-
a volunteer.
So where one of them would have to go to another school?
Look, we're saving money right there on the volunteer.
Through the chair, the contract allows teachers, which I'm not a fan of, they can transfer any time of the year. They shouldn't be able to, but that's what happens now in the current contract. So if you ever open the position back, the current language allows them to have the opportunity to,
They have first opportunity.
to go back.
So she could go right back into that position if it became available.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If the principal, I'm not saying, if the principal elects to hire that person.
'Cause I just
Sorry, she would, I'm just saying.
it's such a special population, and their needs are so specific curriculum-wise. Those teachers have honed a specific skill set, and I would hate to lose that.
I mean, it's fair.
I agree with that.
And part of me says that if Miss King is teaching at another school, if in this situation, and she's working with a similar sort of group of children, it would be incredibly difficult for her to move in the middle of a school year.
Great teachers don't move.
You fall in love with them. They're all part of your
They
heart.
don't move, they love their kids.
Of course, you never know.
All right.
So,
have this quiet
I was
silence.
going to make a
We're all
motion
just so
to
tired.
amend.
We just don't know.
Okay.
I'm going to make an emotion to, Mr. Sykes, help me on this one. I'm making a motion to amend the motion
Correct.
to include media techs back in the high schools.
And
As no, that's already part of it, I thought.
No, that's not.
What?
That's just to the junior highs.
This whole. This
I
is
thought
not
that
part
was
of
all
the-
part of the.
This is junior high media tech.
No, the whole page.
These are the changes that Mr. Davis brought today.
And
They're not posted on the backup.
okay, there we
Right,
go.
so you're
And
adding.
to include the additional changes that were
Superintendents.
that the superintendent added on after the allocation package was
let's-
originally presented.
How about your amendment say,
I just said
okay,
it.
Did,
There you
did
go.
you get that? Okay, let's word it as, you're amending the motion to include the superintendent's changes and media techs at all the high schools.
Right.
Okay, does she have a second?
That's what she has, yes.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend the motion by Mrs. Bola and a second by Mrs. Studdard.
So now we're voting on the amendment?
We're voting on the amendment, and the amendment is to accept the superintendent's recommended changes and add media techs at all the high school. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. All opposed?
No.
All right, motion carries 4-1. Now we have to vote on the original.
I voted no.
Okay. Ms. Condon.
I voted no.
Ms. Condon.
Oh, with Ms. Condon dissenting. Well, my computer went off.
It's tired too.
It locked me out.
What?
This thing doesn't work. Well, here we go.
I didn't hear her.
Your position will stay through the end of the year, and then I would imagine that your
Well, if
principal
the
will
principal
decide
wanted to add
where.
Yes,
or
so,
change. You get to a point
yeah.
where
You had said that if the principal could meet the.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, we're trying to do this, and I can answer individual questions afterwards, but to answer that question, and then that'd be the last one that I'll answer until afterwards, unless asked up here. The principal still has the availability if they meet class size, and if they continue to protect their pathway, to hire hire a media specialist. The answer to that is yes, they do. Yes, as superintendent, I'm giving them that availability to do so within the package that I've allocated.
It logged me out, so I'm having to log back in all over again. I'm sorry. Sure. I voted yes. Okay.
How,
All right, so now we need to approve the original motion, which is so confusing to me. If we've amended it, why are we approving the original one? We amended the motion, so now we... Right. And the original motion was made by Ms. Condon and seconded by Mrs. Stucker.
No, I didn't make the motion.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I didn't move. No, I didn't
The
move.
original motion.
I didn't move. I know I didn't.
All right. Ms. Bush? I have it down as Ms. Condon and Ms. Studdard.
Maybe it was me. I don't know.
I don't know.
It was not me.
Did I second? I don't know.
I stayed out of it, I know that.
I thought it was Mrs. Bola and Mrs. Studdard.
I think you made the motion, I seconded it.
That sounds right. Okay. We'll claim it so we can go on. I made the motion, you seconded. Go for it.
All right. So I had a motion by Mrs. Studdard, a second by Mrs. Bola. All those in favor, say aye.
Are we voting on the amended?
No, we already voted on the amended. We're voting on the original motion.
So the original allocation package?
Original allocation. Well, as amended.
As amended. That was my question.
As
Okay.
amended.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1. All right. That was the last item on this agenda. Any school board comments? Ms. Gilhousen, would you like to start? I always seem to start with you. Sorry.
No, I've pretty much talked about what I've been up to. So I'll pass on to Ms. Bola. I think everybody's just ready to get home.
So, Ms. Bola?
I only have one thing to say, and I wanted to wish my husband a happy anniversary. Today's our 32nd anniversary.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Sorry you're spending it here.
We had lunch, it's good.
Wow. Ms. Condon?
So I'll just say on the last vote, with all due respect to Mr. Davis, it's not a non-trust. So I do want to see your plan, and I might have had a different, if we had been able to have more time. But
I got you.
Mrs. Studdard?
I'd just like to say good night.
All right, I actually have something, and I apologize to everybody, but it'll be very quick. At the workshop the other day, Ms. Legucco talked about the St. John's Classical Academy Charter School, and I think she said it was going to cost us $2.5 million, and then another $500,000 of startup money or something.
I believe
remember.
that is the number, $2.5 million.
I wanted to ask, I remember when that motion was made, that it came to us in September, and the whole application wasn't ready, and then they came back in October and said that it was. But the motion at the time was that it would be brought back to us at the January 15th meeting. So I'd just like you to ask for you to please just look into it to assure us that everything is in the correct format for the next coming school year. And on
Yes,
that,
ma'am.
Again, I'd like to just
I hear you.
thank your staff for all the hard work and everything they've done with this package, and apologize again for us picking it apart the way we did. Allocations are never easy. It's a hard thing that we feel it. We, as Ms. Condon said, we see these people, they're neighbors, they're our friends, they're people we
We're still
talk
not
to,
showing votes
and-
for the last motion. I'm sorry,
I
ma'am.
gotta go back and
so
sign in.
It is hard for us to really, because it sounds good on paper until you say, wait a minute, I know that media specialist, or wait a minute, I know that nurse, and then it changes. So anyway, I just want to say thank you for all the hard work, and more importantly, you've proved that you listen to everybody, and I appreciate that. I know that the workshop wasn't easy. There were a lot of people who spoke, and you listened to them, and you came back with changes. So
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate all you're doing. I know you have a vision for our district, and I see great things for us in the future.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Anything, did you have any comments?
No, I appreciate it. From my side, it never meant to generate angst. And if you would we started this process February 1st. So if you've been at my house, you would see the frustrations and the empathy that I have. My wife hears it every day. She understands that we care about people. Remember, I've lived here for 15 years. So it's not like I haven't been a resident and I don't know individuals in this county have interacted. So it's to my heart as well. But I would say that we will continue to put systems in place to help this organization become balanced. And I'm ready and prepared for this entire organization to continue to work side by side. Trust me, along with my staff. They may be new faces, but when you look at their name tags, they're Clay County employees. So I would hope if we continue to treat them and all of us as one team and recognize them for the hard work. Because I appreciate it. I appreciate you leaving other places to come make this place be great. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. So I'm not going to draw a line to put in the sand that separates anyone. I'm going to stand with you and with teachers in this community and stakeholders and caregivers and business organizations and go to work. That's what I do every day, about 18 hours a day. So I'm proud and I'm excited.
Mr. Sykes, did you have anything? I remembered you tonight.
Very briefly, after 2 years as a school board attorney, I miss the peace and quiet of Afghanistan.
I didn't hear what he said.
Well, Mr. Sykes, thank you for all you do for us. We appreciate it. Don't leave us yet. All right, with that, we're adjourned.
God.